Chapter 487. A huge amount of information rushed into their minds like a charging army, causing their souls to tremble slightly. Only Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi, who were already used to it, reacted in an instant. Then their slightly sluggish soul power pounced on the talismans and charms like wolves and tigers. The first thing that Yun Nuashing took out was the Azure Talisman. Talismans and charms could transform mystic skills, elements, willpower, comprehension, memories, energy, and even formations into energy patterns. The only difference was that the former was engraved on a talisman paper, while the latter was engraved in one's mind. However, the charms that Yun Nuashing took out weren't pure charms. They were derived from formations. Moreover, he hadn't fully comprehended this formation yet. Perhaps there was a huge difference between it and a real talisman. Therefore, he planned to start with the talisman first. He wanted to know how mystic skills were transformed into energy patterns. I don't understand. Looking at the black ink that was formed by the yellow streams gathering together in front of him, Yun Nuashing felt like his head was about to explode. This didn't look like a formation. After it was fully unfolded, he could see what was inside each pattern and how it was formed. In these infinitely magnified lines, he could only see the yellow energy flowing in a fixed direction. Looking at the yellow traces in a daze, Yun Nuashing sighed bitterly and narrowed his vision. The Azure Talisman appeared completely in front of him and occupied his entire vision. Then, a piece of paper and a brush appeared in his hand. Since he couldn't understand it, he would use the dumbest method, copying. Back when he was learning about spirit designs, he had also carved them on the ground stroke by stroke. He did not know how long it had taken him to comprehend some of them, and from there he had learned half of the 10,000 spirits killing array. Now he was going to use the dumbest method to do it again. Yun Nuashing boasted that his talent in learning any skill was very good. Of course, just from his talent in formations, he was indeed very good. Even Yi Shi praised him. However, he didn't know how good he was in other aspects. While Yun Nuashing was using the dumbest method, in the other two places, Yi Shi stared at the spinning talisman. Xian, Qin Yan, and Yuan, she chose the simplest method, formations. Of course, this was the simplest method. It was only slightly simpler compared to these three items. They had to learn the basics first before they could look at the rest in the hall. Yiding and Yin saw that the five of them didn't move after entering the secret room. They didn't seem like they would come out for a while, so they left after sitting for a while. They ordered people to seal this place and sent a few maids over. At this moment, a commotion suddenly broke out in the 7 armies that were stationed 500 kilometers away from Dragon Mist City. In a certain military tent, Cheong Hai seemed to have been provoked by something and smashed a wooden table with his palm. He was so angry that his face flushed red. His fierce gaze swept past a few generals, and a low roar came from his throat as he walked out of the military tent. The generals in the tent were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other for a while and shook their heads in confusion. They didn't know why Cheong Hai suddenly went crazy. This is only the vanguard. The elites of the 7 armies should still be in their respective empires, right? Are you worried that someone will raid their nest? I'm just worried. The general in the tent sighed. Not long after he finished speaking, a soldier walked in. When he saw that Cheong Hai wasn't there, he couldn't help but be startled. If you have something to say, just say it. When the person who had just spoken saw the soldier, he waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry." Hearing this, the soldier nodded and knelt down on one knee. The part of the army that belongs to the Yun family has retreated. We have lost the support of the talisman. What? The generals were all startled. Then they all understood. No wonder Cheong Hai was so furious. He must have received the news first. However, the imperial family of the Xingzhou Empire had always been on good terms with the Yun family. Even if the Yun family suddenly retreated, the imperial family couldn't say anything. However, the 7 armies that had lost the support of the talisman seemed to be in an awkward situation. since Cheong Hai dared to say that he would retreat 500 kilometers away. He naturally had the confidence to rush back in a short time. However, without the talisman, these 500 kilometers were really uncomfortable. Report. Suddenly, before the generals could react, an extremely urgent voice came from outside the tent. It was so urgent that the generals thought that they were being attacked. "What are you doing in such a panic?" The generals were very unhappy and scolded. The soldier who just rushed in directly knelt on the ground and stammered, General Tian, he is holding the commander's seal, saying to retreat. Ah, this time it was General Tian He's turn to be dumbfounded. Before he could pull the soldier up and scold him, he heard a stern voice coming from outside. Tian He army retreat. When General Tian He heard this voice, he was completely stunned. It was really the voice of the general. He didn't bother to greet him and hurriedly ran outside. After a while, he saw that the 100,000 soldiers of the Sky River Empire had already lined up and were marching in the direction of the Sky River Empire in an orderly manner. On a small hill, General Tian He also saw the majestic General Tian He riding on a horse. However, this Sky River general looked a little strange. His sky blue armor was not properly worn, his eyes were bruised, and there was a thumb-sized bump on his forehead. There were still some bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, and his shoulder-length hair was trimmed to only reach his ears. "General, the troops are retreating. The Sky River Empire won't participate in this matter." Seeing General Tian He's dumbfounded look, General Tian He cursed in his heart, but on the surface he said coldly. He then turned his horse around and walked towards the front of the army. As he walked, he couldn't help but touch his forehead and murmur, "It hurts so much. Those 9 devils." General Tian He shuddered, then smiled bitterly and hurriedly followed. Although they didn't know what happened, even the commanders of the other 6 armies were a little curious. Did they really get robbed? Report. The Sky River Empire's army hadn't gone far yet when another soldier stumbled towards the 6 commanders. However, as soon as he knelt down and adjusted his helmet, before he could speak, he saw a stream of light flying towards them from the horizon, causing the commanders to turn their heads in shock. The person who came was wearing a green robe. The cloak behind him was cut into dozens of pieces, fluttering in the air. His thick black hair was parted in the middle, and his bangs were neatly cut off. Even his green robe was cut in the shape of a cross, Flaming Sun Empire retreat. Just as everyone was stunned by the appearance of the azure-clothed man, the azure-clothed man took out a sun-like mark from his bosom. His shout spread throughout the entire army, causing the Flaming Sun Empire's commander to shiver. He felt that something was wrong. First, the Sky River Empire retreated, and now even the Flaming Sun Empire retreated? "General, what happened?" Seeing the general's appearance, the Flaming Sun Empire's commander couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask. The Flaming Sun Empire's general glanced at him and coldly snorted. He was very angry at this time, and this question directly poked his sore spot. He couldn't help but slap the commander's face and throw him away, then coldly snorted. "You're asking me? Why should I ask a ghost?" Then, without looking back, he flew towards the Flaming Sun Empire. At this time, the Flaming Sun Empire's army was already in formation. The Flaming Sun Empire's commander didn't know whether to laugh or cry, then led his 100,000 soldiers towards the Flaming Sun Empire. Is there a ghost? The remaining 5 commanders were stunned. They didn't know what happened that made the 2 empires retreat at the same time. Of course, even if the 2 empires were gone, they still had 500,000 soldiers. It was more than enough to take down the Dragon Mist Empire. Just as the 5 commanders were thinking this, they saw Cheong Hai walk back with a gloomy face. He walked in front of one of the commanders and fiercely glared at that person, then said, "Star Empire, retreat!" This time the 5 commanders were all stunned. Their jaws hit the ground, creating a huge hole. They really didn't understand what was going on. First, 2 empires retreated. Now, even the Xinjiao Empire, which was leading the army, was retreating. General, this. Commander Xing Zhao's whole body trembled. He clenched his teeth, still wanting to know what happened. At this time, Qiong Hai had a belly full of anger. Seeing the commander's confused expression, he couldn't help but directly slap him. That commander directly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. I said retreat. Qiong Hai's cold voice made the commander who had just crawled to his feet shiver. He didn't say anything else and quickly nodded before running towards the Star, Zhao Empire's army. In less than half an hour, this place that had been filled with 700,000 soldiers suddenly lost 300,000 soldiers. The commanders standing on the hill were dumbfounded and hurriedly rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had fallen into an illusion. When they saw that it wasn't an illusion, they couldn't help but blush and blurt out vulgarities. Go play with your eggs. At this time, in the imperial palace of the Sky River Empire, millions of miles away, a young man wearing a bright golden robe was sitting on the main seat of the main hall. Looking at the man in a golden robe who was beaten to a pulp, he jumped down from the main seat, squatted in front of the ladder, and grinned. Uncle, are you really going to retreat? Hearing these seemingly immature words, the group of sky-blue armored soldiers lying on the ground trembled. The golden-robed man even trembled as he nodded his head. My lord, the great general will retreat with the commander's seal. There will definitely be no problem. Ha! You said that your Sky River Empire has ruled this area for hundreds of thousands of years. How come you don't have anything good? The brawny man in a blue robe not far away looked at the so-called treasure in front of him and sighed helplessly. His words made the man in a golden robe tremble fiercely, but he didn't dare to have any complaints. He didn't even dare to think about it. Sir, how can the simple things in my humble house be worthy of your attention? The man in a golden robe trembled all over. He is usually high and mighty, in charge of the affairs of the empire. As the night approached, he was just about to have a good sleep, but he didn't expect that someone would break in and beat him up without saying a word. These people are too ruthless, not to mention the pain, but they didn't cause any internal injuries. It's simply a textbook example of you can't die. Even the general of the Sky River Empire, who came to rescue the emperor, was beaten to a pulp. When those people finally stopped, they called for a retreat and asked to see the treasure. The Sky River Emperor was also a little confused. He didn't know where the Dragon Mist Empire found such a powerful helper. With such a powerful helper, shouldn't they have already unified the 8 countries? What happened in the Sky River Empire also happened in the Imperial Palace of the Flaming Sun Empire. Chapter 488. After the Sky River Empire, the Star Empire, and the Flaming Sun Empire retreated at the same time, an inexplicable panic spread to the remaining 4 armies. No one knows what happened, but the remaining 4 armies were shaken. Could it be that the Dragon Mist Empire did something to their rear? As a result, some people from the 4 armies ran back to the empire overnight and brought back the news of the 3 armies' retreat. Although the 4 great empires were a little uneasy, they still chose to wait and see. When the 4 armies received this news, they didn't know what to say for a while. Regarding this, Yun Nuoxing didn't know anything. He didn't know that Yao Hua and Nightmare would be so impatient. They didn't even wait for him to inform them before fighting. At this time, he was immersed in studying the spirit talisman. He didn't comprehend anything after a night, but he felt that he already grasped some clues. As long as he continues to follow the clues, it's only a matter of time before he comprehends it. Every energy pattern is moving in a specific direction. It's like a meridian, but it's not like it's breaking down every strand of the mystical skill into lines. Yun Nuoxing stared at the soul-consolidating battle talisman in front of him that he copied 100 times. He more or less understood a little, but he still felt a little tired. He couldn't help but sigh. Let's take a break. Putting down his dancing hands, Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. After withdrawing from the evil spirit well, he went to check on Yao Hua and the others' progress. At this time, Yao Hua and the others were very focused on the array in front of them. Their 6 eyes were glowing with a strange light. They seemed to have a little understanding of the array. Seeing them so focused, Yun Nuashing didn't want to disturb them. Just as he was about to leave quietly, he saw a piece of the array quietly retreating. Then Xian, who had been sitting quietly, opened her eyes. A trace of fatigue flashed in Mei Mao's eyes. Huh. After opening Mei Mao's eyes, Xian stood up and stretched her waist. Her full curves were perfectly wrapped by the purple robe, making Yun Nuashing, who was peeking from the side, dumbfounded. Her sparkling skin, high twin peaks, and slender waist made someone unable to take his eyes off her. In the end, he hurriedly covered his eyes with his hands and turned his gaze away. How is it? After a moment, he turned his gaze back and saw Xian rubbing her eyes in a daze. Yun Nuashing smiled as if nothing had happened. Hearing the voice, Xian turned her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. She smiled sweetly. In an instant, the light of the array dimmed a lot. Yun Nuashing's eyes lit up. She then said, "It's okay. I can understand a little. Give me some more time and I should be able to understand it. It's been hard for you to comprehend a divine array when you just came into contact with arrays." Yun Nuashing smiled. Hearing this, Xian also smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Since Yun Nuashing needed help, she had to do her part, no matter how difficult it was. She also felt that her head was swelling, which was why she had no choice but to leave the array. Xian turned her head and looked at the array not far away. He couldn't help but murmur, "How profound." Every light pattern contains the power of the elements, the will of the elements, the vitality of wood, the speed of light, the burning of fire, the hardness of metal, and the softness of water. The 5 elemental wills are like the pivot connecting all the energy carriers and elemental power into a whole. A whole? Yun Nuashing was stunned. A whole, a whole. Suddenly, the large and scattered pieces of information in his mind seemed to have found a point of convergence, and the information floating outside also slowly gathered together. His gaze suddenly turned, and he stared fixedly at the azure spirit talisman. The spirit talisman in his eyes seemed to be slightly different. He had spent the entire night dismantling the spirit talisman, looking at it in different parts and then copying it. However, whether it was the mystic technique, the array, the will, the elements, they were all a whole at this moment. Yun Nuashing seemed to have a switch in her mind that had been pressed. Her previously blocked train of thought was immediately cleared up. I'm not looking at it separately. This spirit talisman is a whole. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed, and she couldn't help but say, "I seem to have understood something, eh?" Xian was stunned. Then she saw Yun Nuashing's eyes flash with excitement. She was just about to speak when she felt herself crashing into a warm embrace. She was so frightened that her delicate body stiffened. "Thank you, Xian." Yun Nuashing hugged Xian fiercely. However, his mind was filled with thoughts about the spirit talisman. He didn't realize what he was doing at all. He only felt that many thoughts in his mind were suddenly connected and many things were logically connected. When Xian heard this, he was a little happy in his heart. However, he was still a little confused. He didn't realize that just one sentence had broken the barrier that had troubled Yun Nuashing for an entire night. However, when she saw the two of them in this position, her pretty face blushed a little. After her delicate body stiffened for a while, she slowly relaxed. Her jade-like hand circled around Yun Nuashing's back, and she gently patted him on the back. She softly called out, "Little star." After a long while, Yun Nuashing came back to his senses. When he heard this voice, he turned his head and saw Xian looking at him with a faint smile. His expression couldn't help but stiffen. He seemed to have just remembered what he was doing. His handsome face couldn't help but blush. He gave a dry laugh and hurriedly let go of Wenyu in his arms. That I couldn't help it. That's right, I couldn't help it." Yun Nuashing scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. "Yes, I couldn't help it." Xian nodded and smiled sweetly. This made him smile even more bitterly. Glancing at Yuan Shi and the other two, who were still trying hard to understand. Yun Nuashing thought for a while. He fiddled with the pile of Xian crystals and the evil spirit eye array for a while. Then he clapped his hands and said to himself, "Switch the array's energy source from me to Xian crystals. This way, I don't need to maintain the energy output." Yun Nuashing nodded. However, his eyes were still colorful. The evil spirit eye wasn't closed. He just changed the array to another place. "I'm going to the Yun family. Xian, do you want to stay or come with me?" Yun Nuashing stood up and looked at Xian, who was so quiet that she didn't have a sense of existence. Hearing this, Xian only gave a dry laugh. She held his hand and squeezed it hard. Yun Nuashing immediately understood. He nodded and didn't say anything else. He pulled Xian into his arms and stomped his feet. An array suddenly appeared and started to spin rapidly. A bright white light enveloped the two of them. Finally, the array suddenly flashed and disappeared with Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. Buzz! The place where the array appeared was 1,000,000 miles away from the Dragon Mist Empire. It wasn't very far from Xingzhou City. They could see a city on the horizon. Surging wind elements lifted the two of them up. At this time, Xian turned around and saw that Xingzhou City wasn't far away. He couldn't help but be startled. He said in surprise, "We're here already." "Yes." Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "The array that little she taught me is a teleportation array. However, it's at the god level. I haven't fully comprehended it and don't have the power of space. Therefore, the array I used is incomplete. Little she said that if I'm proficient in this array, I'll be able to go to any place I've been before. I just need to consume enough power of space and energy. Therefore, we didn't go directly to the Yun family. Instead, we stopped outside Xingzhou City." Xian said softly, Yes." Yun Nuashing scratched his head awkwardly. He wasn't proficient in it, so he reached his teleportation limit before reaching his destination. Of course, this also saved him 1,000,000 miles of travel. However, it also consumed 60% of the power of stars in his body. After resting for a while, Yun Nuashing didn't waste too much time and flew directly to the Yun family. He directly flew over Xingzhou City and rushed into the Yun family. He didn't hide his aura, so he was discovered as soon as he entered. Yun Feng rushed out directly with a red talisman in his hand. The talisman seemed to have been carved halfway. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to make such a big fuss. He followed Yun Feng and the others to the main hall and sat down to sip some tea. Then Yun Nuashing said, "There's no problem with this year's mystery dragon ritual. Even if there's a problem, it will continue as normal." When Yun Feng and the others heard this, their mouths were almost scalded by the tea. They all looked at Yun Nuashing as if they were looking at a monster. He had only gone back for 2 days. How did he get it done so quickly? What about the Dragon Mist Empire that had been struggling for almost 4 years and still couldn't find the sacred relic? Ignoring the astonished gazes, Yun Nuashing drank his tea indifferently. Before he came to the Yun family last time, he had already settled Jun Luoyi's illness. However, after going back for 2 days, it seemed a little scary. It made Yun Feng think that Yun Nuashing had settled this difficult illness in just 2 days. After hearing Yun Nuashing say that they would be participating in the mystery dragon ritual in the Dragon Mist Empire, Yun Feng heaved a sigh of relief and told him about the invasion of the 7 armies. Originally, the Yun family had also participated in the Xingzhou Empire's army. However, they had completely withdrawn now. Even the Xingzhou Empire's army had withdrawn. Yun Nuashing looked at him in surprise and said casually, "Fortunately, I almost wiped out the 700,000 strong army." Yun Feng and the others' faces twitched. Then they smiled bitterly. Anyway, this guy was a living ancestor. He would do whatever he said. They just didn't know why he was here this time. They didn't think that he was just here to report. "I want to learn about talismans." When Yun Feng heard Yun Nuashing's words, even the former couldn't help but stiffen. This was really unexpected. He had imagined many reasons for Yun Nuashing to visit the Yun family, but this was the only one he didn't think of. Of course there will be a reward. I won't let you teach me for free. Seeing that they were all silent, Yun Nuashing waved his hand and casually took out a piece of high-quality crystal that weighed about 50 kilograms. The rich energy immediately spread out. Yun Feng and the others took a sniff and felt that the energy directly poured into their bodies through their noses. They even felt that their cells were cheering. This surprised him. His strength, which had been stagnant for many years, actually showed signs of rising slightly. Yun Nuashing just happened to put it away. The energy contained in a 50-kilogram piece of high-quality crystal was enough for a Devil Realm expert to cultivate once. For an Immortal Realm expert, they might not even be able to drain it dry after cultivating for hundreds of times. Yun Nuashing originally thought that Yun Feng and the others would refuse, but he didn't expect that they would agree immediately. Moreover, he would teach them personally, which made Yun Nuashing a little surprised. After reaching an agreement, he directly took Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing to the stone room and finished carving the red talisman in front of them. Then he took out another piece of talisman paper and carved it very slowly. While carving, he also explained the precautions when carving the talisman. However, most of the time, he let the two of them comprehend it. After carving, when the two of them were almost done, he detonated it. Then he carved it again and detonated it again. He repeated this for about 5 talismans. Before Yun Feng could detonate the 6th talisman, he saw that Yun Nuashing and Xian were actually carving very seriously. They were carving the talisman that he had repeatedly carved 6 times. Although it was very slow, every stroke seemed to have a charm. Moreover, they were mixed with other energy, which made Yun Feng a little speechless. He was carving a level 8 talisman, which had a very high starting point. He originally thought that Yun Nuashing and Xian would take some time to comprehend it, but he didn't expect that they would comprehend it in just an hour. This kind of monstrous talent. It's not something that a human can have. Yun Feng's cheeks twitched as he carefully watched the two of them carving the talisman. Yun Nuashing's talisman carving was firm and stable, but her speed was not very slow. On the other hand, Xian's talisman carving was very gentle, like a feather brushing across the paper, which had a different kind of beauty. Both of them are not bad. Now that they understand how to transform magical powers into lines, it will be easier in the future. Seeing that the two of them had carved half a talisman in a short while, Yun Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then he felt a little regretful. How good would it be if he could take these two as his disciples? This learning process lasted for 2 full days. During these 2 days, what they did was to draw talismans, detonate talismans, draw talismans, detonate talismans, detonate talismans, detonate talismans, detonate talismans, detonate talismans. Yun Nuashing and Xian's speed of carving talismans became faster and faster. In the end, he even felt that everything he saw could be seen as energy lines. He even tried to transform divine grade mystic skills into energy lines, but he failed repeatedly. Basically, when he drew 1/3 of the talismans, they would automatically explode. Fortunately, he had many divine weapons on him. Otherwise, he would have been injured all over. After staying here for another day, Yun Nuashing and Xian left, leaving behind a 100-kilogram fine grade glazed crystal. Rather than saying that it was left behind, it was better to say that it was thrown out. After all, Yun Feng didn't accept it. Patriarch, this energy crystal. An elder stood in front of the huge fine grade glazed crystal and smiled bitterly. He looked at Yun Feng, who was watching Yun Nuashing and Xian leave, and asked. Yun Feng turned his head to take a look in a daze. Then he turned back and lowered his head to look at the ring lying in the palm of his hand. There were a total of 1,000 talismans stored in the ring. Those talismans were the result of Yun Nuashing and Xian's 3 days of hard work. From the beginning, they were not very good at drawing talismans, but later on, they became flamboyant. It only took them 3 days to go from beginner to proficient. Yun Nuashing and Xian's progress made Yun Feng, who had been watching, want to buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. In the end, the two of them drew talismans faster than him. What was even more exaggerated was that while Yun Nuashing was drawing talismans with her hands, she was actually drawing talismans with her divine sense at the same time. It wasn't a problem for her to draw 20 talismans at once. Moreover, the talismans she drew were flawless, seal it. The core disciples of the family can use it to cultivate for 10 days every month. The other disciples can use it depending on the situation. If the two of them want to use it for extra time, they can use the talismans to exchange for time. As for the specifics, you can arrange. Yun Feng's voice was stiff as if he had become a different person. This made the elders behind him confused. They didn't know what had happened in just 3 days. Why was the patriarch a little sluggish? Could it be that the two of them weren't promising talents? Of course. It was fortunate that they didn't know. Otherwise, they would probably be petrified on the spot. Chapter 489. After leaving the Yun residence, Yun Nuashing and Xian did not waste any time on the road. They directly opened the array and returned to the palace. However, they did not rush into the secret room to continue cultivating. After spending 3 days learning talismans, Yun Nuashing had made considerable progress. She felt that it was not bad. She boasted that she was not much worse than those level 9 talisman masters. Of course, if Yun Feng knew about this, he would probably slap her to death. One had to know that the latter was a level 9 talisman master himself, and Yun Nuashing was much faster and more accurate than him. If she still received an evaluation of not bad, Yun Feng would probably have to draw a bunch of talismans and press them against the wall to smash his head against it. Xian was not as crazy as Yun Nuashing. She followed the rules and used her spiritual power to draw 20 talismans at the same time. However, she always maintained a constant speed. At most, she would draw 10 talismans at the same time. Her strokes were graceful, as if she was caressing them gently, sitting on the sofa and resting with her eyes closed. Yun Nuashing suddenly felt that it was time to cultivate a mystic technique related to spiritual power. Although she could also recover her spiritual power by relying on the special characteristics of the divine body, it was relatively slower. Looking at the 2 rings on her fingers, Yun Nuashing felt that they were a little heavy. What was left behind was not only Xuanin's treasures, but also her endless longing for him. Suddenly, she missed that girl a little. Yun Nuashing never touched the things in the rings casually. In fact, he was avoiding it. He knew that the silver figure loved him, but he intentionally or unintentionally distanced himself from her feelings. He just buried it in the bottom of his heart and did not even want to touch the rings. "Yining, where are you? Are you okay? How are you doing?" Yun Nuashing's fingers gently turned the 2 rings as she inexplicably muttered this sentence in her heart. Even Yun Nuashing herself was shocked. Sighing softly, Yun Nuashing shook her head. Her gaze wandered for a while before she withdrew it. Her spiritual power invaded the rings and wandered among the countless treasures buried in them. Although this ring was said to be a spatial storage, Yun Nuashing felt that it was more like an endless world. After her soul entered the ring, she could clearly see that the light and color in the ring were flowing in a fixed direction. It was like a river, but what was flowing was not water, but space and even time. Yes, it was just like this feeling. Space and time were flowing. The 2 illusory things had turned into substance and were flowing, and in this flowing space, balls of light were floating. Inside those balls of light were the treasures left behind by Xianin: elixirs, formation diagrams, crystals, materials, prescriptions, arrays, mystic arts, mystic skills, and all kinds of random things. Everything was there. This was also one of the reasons why Yun Nuashing did not dare to come in. There were too many things here, and they were all very precious. They were so precious that whenever he took out a mystic art from the balls of light, it would be either a peerless or divine art. Every time he would be so scared that he would throw it away and let it be wrapped up by the balls of light again. Looking at this brilliant place, Yun Nuashing sighed. Her spiritual power quickly spread out, but she was shocked to find that without much effort, her spiritual power could cover a very far place in an instant. It was as if her spiritual power was infinitely magnified in this place, and with the help of these 10 seconds of sensing, Yun Nuashing captured many balls of light that resonated with her spiritual power. The things inside seemed to be related to her spiritual power. Picking the one with the strongest resonance, Yun Nuashing rushed there in a flash. Her hand reached into the ball of light and grabbed a slightly cold scroll. It was so cold that she shivered. She hurriedly took it out. The scroll that came out of the ball of light was 6 colors. Furthermore, the 6 colors were rotating inside the scroll like a whirlpool. It was very magical. 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Looking at the name, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt that her soul and spirit were about to sink into the scroll. A gust of darkness even swept towards her. The deathly aura of reincarnation corroded her body. Reincarnation! Reincarnation! At this moment, Yun Nuashing felt like he was about to completely fall into the cycle of reincarnation. That scroll had an irresistible force that was pulling him, wanting to make him fall into the endless cycle of reincarnation. He seemed to have seen a part of his life. He lived like an ordinary person, watching the sunrise and sunset, drifting away from the world. He lived alone, forever. Wake up. A clear voice suddenly sounded, waking him up uncontrollably. The image in front of him dissipated. Yun Nuashing shivered violently. Biting his lips hard, he quickly shifted his gaze away. What the hell? Yun Nuashing took a few deep breaths. At that moment, he really felt like he was about to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. He had already sensed an aura that was even stronger than death. That glance felt like millions of years had passed. He lived alone in the world, without any contact or interaction with anyone, forcefully knocking on his wildly beating heart. Yun Nuashing swallowed his saliva with difficulty and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. That kind of life was too terrifying. It was no different from death. One person, forever. Inin's voice. He lowered his head and glanced at the scroll again. He looked very carefully and didn't even dare to look directly at it. He was afraid that he would fall into that lonely life. He was afraid that if he experienced it again, he would go crazy. Just as he was carefully looking at the scroll in the corner of his vision, a white light suddenly shot out from the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and landed in front of him. The sudden appearance of the white light startled Yun Nuashing, but he calmed down after a short while. He quietly looked at the white light. He believed that Xian Yin wouldn't deliberately mystify him and leave him something that he couldn't use. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the white light turned into a human figure. Her entire body was shining with a silver-white light, and her snow-white long hair fluttered in the air. It was so thick that it was like a barrier, and her beautiful face was filled with an ancient majesty. However, her beautiful eyes carried a hint of a smile, and this image was so real that it was as if the string sound had arrived in person, causing Yun Nuashing to be extremely astonished. While he was still astonished, a gentle and familiar pleasant voice unexpectedly slowly sounded in front of him. The familiar voice caused Yun Nuashing's heart to tremble. Big brother, if you can come into contact with the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and hear my message, then your spirit and soul should already be at the demon rank. Xian Yin congratulates Big Brother first. I wonder where Big Brother is now. What are you fighting for? Are you preparing to step into the small divine lands? Or are you going to head into outer space? When Big Brother is able to open the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, Xian Yin might not be able to free herself, or she might not even be in this world anymore. If Big Brother discovers that the divine seal that Xian Yin left behind is broken one day, then take the final thing left in the divine seal as Xian Yin's final gift to Big Brother. Big Brother only needs to focus on increasing your strength. One day, Big Brother will know everything. Xian Yin won't leave too many words behind. Big Brother, you must remember that cultivating the 6 paths of reincarnation technique requires you to integrate your understanding of life into it. I wonder if Big Brother has seen the reincarnation lake. Every mark in there is a key that can help Big Brother cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. At this point, Xian Yin's image patted her forehead. Yun Nuashing suddenly understood that Xian Yin was referring to the marks in the reincarnation disc. His reincarnation disc was covered by countless black marks, and there was no trace of gold. Yi speculated that it had been reincarnated for at least 10,000 lifetimes. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a powerful scene. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique focuses on reincarnation. Although there are other cultivation techniques related to the soul and spirit, this is the most suitable for Big Brother. However, if Big Brother doesn't acknowledge the existence of reincarnation, you must not cultivate it. Also, Big Brother, you don't have to avoid or reject anything. The things inside should belong to Big Brother. Xian Yin's life belongs to Big Brother. Big Brother, you don't have to feel that you owe me anything. It's fine even if you can't accept me. Big Brother, Xian Yin misses you. Take care. At the end of her words, Xian Yin's image rushed over and hugged Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing was shocked. It didn't feel like an image at all. It felt like a physical body. However, he didn't have time to ask anything. He couldn't ask anything. Xian Yin's image directly disappeared in front of him, turning into light spots that filled the sky. He was the only one left in this flowing space. He clenched the cultivation technique in his hands in a daze. After a long time, Yun Nuashing still stood in the same spot in a daze. His beautiful eyes were a little dull and lifeless, and there seemed to be tears rolling down his cheeks. Bastard, you have the ability to take her things. Why don't you have the ability to remember them? You bastard! Bastard! Yun Nuashing, you bastard! Yun Nuashing slapped himself fiercely with the back of his hand. He clenched his teeth and felt that there was a gloomy feeling in his chest that he couldn't let out. Yun Nuashing touched his red cheeks and took a deep breath. He raised his head and his beautiful eyes gradually came to life. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but he didn't have anyone to say it to. Over and over again he only felt that his heart was heavy. Those words of longing and waiting who knew how many years had pressed down on his heart. It made him feel warm, but at the same time, he also felt uncomfortable. He couldn't respond to anything. One day, I will remember who you are, Yun Nuashing muttered softly as he clutched his chest. After a long while, he finally let out a heavy sigh. Looking at the 6-colored scroll in his hand, he clenched his teeth and used all his strength to hit his head, as if he wanted to knock himself unconscious. Of course, the moment the scroll touched his forehead, Yun Nuashing indeed fainted as he wished in the secret room. Yuan Shi and the other 2 were immersed in the formation and talismans. The scene in front of them suddenly became blurry, startling them. Before they could retreat from the formation of the evil spirit spring, the formation collapsed and their vision became completely normal. There was no more sea of light, no more sea of light. Something happened to Brother Nua. Yi Shi's small hands trembled and she hurriedly broke through the door. She was so anxious that she even sent the door flying. The explosion scared the confused Yuan Shi and Qin Yan half to death. When they came back to their senses, they hurriedly turned around and saw that Yi Shi had blasted a large hole in the stone door of the secret room. They bitterly smiled and hurriedly chased after her. However, the 2 didn't run far. As soon as they arrived at the living room, they saw Yi Shi standing there with a strange expression. They hurriedly ran over and saw Yun Nuashing sleeping peacefully on the sofa. Xian was also sitting next to her and sleeping peacefully. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What? She's just sleeping. Something's wrong. Yi Shi's eyes suddenly widened as if she had seen something shocking. She pulled Xian over with her small hand and shouted in his mind, "Wake up! Wake up!" Xian was dizzy from the 2 calls, and his pretty face became a little pale. He opened his main mouth with difficulty, and his eyes were a little empty. When he completely regained consciousness and saw Yi Shi, he was still a little confused. Little Shi? Xian wiped his eyes, and his weak voice startled the 3 of them. Then he saw her suddenly widen her eyes and stare at Mei Mao. Her breathing became a little hurried, and her plump chest heaved up and down. Her forehead was actually sweating, and even her delicate body was trembling a little, as if she had seen something terrifying. What's wrong? Yi Shi also didn't understand. The 2 of them had been gone for 3 days. One was sleeping, and the other looked like she had seen a ghost. Xian swallowed and quickly picked up the teacup on the table and took a big gulp. She was still a little shaken. After she panted for a long time and calmed down a little, Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing and murmured in a daze, "A life, years, 1,000 years! Ah!" Yi Shi and the others were stunned. Xian shook her head and said, "I just saw Little Star fall asleep and wanted to cover myself with a blanket. As soon as I touched Little Star's body, my consciousness became blurry. No, I was swallowed. Something, Little Star's soul, pulled me over. I saw a period of time, 1,000 years of life, as if it really happened." Xian's expression was a little painful. She covered her head with her lily-white hands. She couldn't explain it clearly. It wasn't that she saw it, but that she experienced 1,000 years of life. She frowned and gently put Xian on a chair. She walked over to Yun Nuashing until she could hear his breathing. Then she reached out her small hand and touched Yun Nuashing's forehead. However, before she could touch him, she withdrew her small hand like lightning. She took a few steps back and then took a deep breath. Reincarnation. Chapter 490. The pitch-black land was deathly silent. Occasionally, the rumbling of thunder could be heard from the sky. On the cracked land, some small animals were scuttling through the cracks. A mountain range could be vaguely seen in the distance. However, it was also pitch black. Even the withered trees that stood on the ground were similarly pitch black. A black figure slowly walked over from the distant land. He was wearing a black trench coat, black pants, and black shoes. The only difference was that this person had light purple hair. His face that was exposed outside of his clothes was extremely fair, causing the darkness to appear even darker. His light purple and gold eyes were motionless as he quietly looked at the dusky land. Has the cycle of reincarnation begun? Yun Nuashing raised his hand. He looked at his overly fair palm and gently squeezed it a few times. Yun Nuashing looked at the 6-colored crystal floating beside him. After a while, he turned his gaze and looked straight ahead. He said indifferently, "What do you want me to see? What is reincarnation?" He seemed to be talking to himself. However, Yun Nuashing knew that this 6-colored crystal should have a consciousness left in it. This 6-colored crystal was another medium for the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. When he slapped the scroll on his forehead, the cultivation, or rather, the cycle of reincarnation, had already begun. The 6-colored crystal did not respond. Yun Nuashing was not in a hurry. Along the way, the crystal also did not speak. However, he was sensitive enough to catch a strand of consciousness. Therefore, he treated it as a conversation partner. However, it was clear that the crystal did not want to pay attention to him. Yun Nuashing sighed as he looked at the endless black land. He crossed mountains after mountains and black rivers. He ran and walked quickly. He did not know how many tens of thousands of miles had passed. He did not know how much time had passed. He did not know what he was doing here. "I really want to chop you into pieces." Yun Nuashing glared at the crystal with his light purple and gold eyes. He shook his head helplessly and continued to walk forward. He did not even know where he was going. The crystal did not give him any indication. Once again, he climbed up a tall mountain. When he reached the peak of the mountain, he gazed into the endless distance. It was all pitch black, making him feel helpless. Yun Nuashing jumped down from the mountain and started running in a straight line. The six-colored crystal followed closely behind, leaving behind a beautiful trail of light as it flew through the air. The only thing that made Yun Nuashing feel strange was that he didn't feel any energy consumption in this place. His star energy, soul energy, and spiritual energy didn't show any signs of consumption. When he first noticed this, he thought that he was in a dream. He didn't wake up even after slapping himself, and he even felt pain. After running for 1,000 miles, Yun Nuashing stopped again. He saw a huge withered tree. It was at least 1,000 feet tall and only had a weak aura of life hanging on. However, even the ground had been dead for countless years. This withered tree had no chance of surviving unless a miracle happened. This was supposed to be a world of greenery. Countless lives lived on this land. The emerald green mountains, the azure blue sky, and the free white clouds. It was hard to imagine what had happened to make this place become so barren. It was so barren that there was not a trace of life in it. Yun Nuashing arrived under the withered tree and gently stroked the huge trunk. He did nothing. Even if he did something, he would not be able to save this dead land. Swish! Yun Nuashing's eyes trembled when he heard the gentle sound of wind. A gust of wind blew from behind him. Yun Nuashing did not even look back. A strand of sword chi suddenly appeared between his fingers, and he quickly slashed it behind him. The sword chi collided with the gust of wind, but there was no sound. The gust of wind disappeared, while a 100-meter-long crack appeared on the ground behind him. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at the path ahead of him. After passing through the withered trees, he saw that it was still a plain. However, on the plain, there were many huge black figures. Each of them was at least 5 meters tall. Their scarlet eyes were filled with a tyrannical emotion. The foul wind, just now, seemed to have been spat out by one of the black figures. Magical beasts condensed from the aura of death? I've come to Death Valley? Yun Nuashing was slightly surprised. He carefully sensed for a moment before shaking his head. He had sensed the aura of death from Yishi before. It was not like this. Turning around, Yun Nuashing could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the endless black beasts that covered the plain. He seemed to be a little tired of walking around aimlessly. Let's move around a little. I'll just hit them, right? Yun Nuashing twisted his shoulders and cracked his knuckles. With a wave of his hands, the Nether Void sword and the Golden Divine sword appeared in front of him. He held them firmly in his hands. Roar! 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 When the two swords appeared, the black beasts that covered the plain became even more violent. Black gusts of wind flew from the distance, like cannonballs, completely blocking Yun Nuashing's line of sight. Sure, it's going to be a saturation bombing from the beginning. Yun Nuashing whistled and grinned. He put his hands together and combined the Nether Void sword and the Golden Divine sword. Then he raised them high above his head. A huge amount of energy surged into the two swords like a tide. Yun Nuashing's eyes narrowed when he sensed the energy in the swords. He swung them down fiercely, and a fierce shout rang out across the plain. Nether Void strike of the firmament. The purplish gold sword chi that was tens of thousands of meters long destroyed everything it came into contact with unparalleled force. Wherever it swept past, the black ground was sliced in half, leaving behind a deep gash. The sword chi was still expanding rapidly, and it did not take long for it to reach over 1,000,000 meters long. The black beasts that it came into contact with were reduced to black gas before they could even make a sound and vanished into thin air. Explode! A soft shout once again spread across the plains. The sword chi that was millions of feet tall condensed and then exploded with a boom, turning into a storm of destruction that swept across the entire plains. It was like a huge tornado that connected the heavens and the earth. The earth seemed to be experiencing an earthquake, and the originally cracked ground collapsed in patches. Moreover, as the tornado spun, hundreds of thousands or even millions of sharp sword chi shot out from it. Anything that collided with it would explode with a loud bang. It was as if a magnificent firework feast had bloomed in front of Yun Nuwa planet. The destructive storm raged for 10 minutes before slowly dissipating. Looking at the devastated land, Yun Nuashing whistled and muttered to himself in a low voice, "Are they all dead?" However, just as he finished speaking, the collapsed ground slowly rose up. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it returned to its original state. After the ground returned to its original state, countless black beasts appeared out of thin air again. Furthermore, the black beasts that appeared this time were much stronger than the ones before. I went from a mortal 5 to a mortal 6. Could it be that my strength will continue to increase indefinitely? Yun Nuashing was a little surprised, feeling the abundant energy in his body. He habitually raised his hands and infused energy into the 2 huge swords. Before Yun Nuashing could slash down with the huge swords, his hands stopped abruptly, and the terrifying energy that had gathered gradually dissipated. Well, forget it. With a devilish smile, Yun Nuashing held the 2 huge swords in his hands tightly and leaped from the mountain peak into the sky. Roar! Roar! Buzz! Pairs of red eyes stared at Yun Nuashing's figure as he leaped high into the air. Numerous roars resounded throughout the mountains and plains. There were even some sharp screeches that caused the entire space to tremble. Terrifying demonic aura surged towards the sky and filled the air. Let me personally experience this million-strong army. Yun Nuashing roared, and a formation appeared beneath his feet. Stepping on the formation, he steadily stopped in the air. Then, with a powerful kick, he descended from the sky like a black bolt of lightning. His 2 swords flickered with terrifying energy as he slashed downwards. Boom! In the Dragon Mist Imperial Palace, the news of the retreat of the 3 armies did not remain a secret for long. It reached the ears of Yi Daofeng and the others. However, they were not happy. As the profound dragon ritual approached day by day, the Dragon Mist City was also in turmoil. Other than the murder case that had occurred 2 years ago, there were many more inexplicable incidents. It was likely that some martial king experts were involved. Yi Ding and the others also realized that there seemed to be many unfamiliar experts appearing out of nowhere in the Dragon Mist City. Yi Daofeng and the others had no intention of coming into contact with these unfamiliar guests. However, the recent incidents in the Dragon Mist City seemed to be related to these people. For example, a certain house was inexplicably bombed, people went missing, and even the Imperial Palace members were almost assassinated when they went out. What was even worse was that when Yi Yun went out 3 days before the profound dragon ritual, she was assassinated by a group of black-clothed people who came out of nowhere. All of Yi Yun's guards were killed, and even she escaped with serious injuries. When the current emperor of the empire found out about this, he was even more furious. He personally took action and searched the entire Dragon Mist City to find the assassins. However, before he could interrogate them, those people committed suicide. This made Yi Daofeng and the others feel as if they had punched the air. Some people don't seem to want the profound dragon ritual to be held normally. They are risking their lives to stir up trouble in the Dragon Mist City. I'm afraid that there are many external forces in the Dragon Mist City now. Yi Daofeng had a headache. After he finished reading the files in front of him, he was too lazy to roll them up. His eyebrows were filled with exhaustion. Strange, very strange. For the past few years, the 7 great empires have been itching to take down the Dragon Mist Empire and find the sacred object to hold the profound dragon ritual. Why are they stopping it at such a critical moment? After Yi Ding finished reading the files, he was also very puzzled. There were some contradictions between the 2 actions. Could it be that it wasn't the people from the 7 great empires who did it? Yi Ding thought in his heart, but then he shook his head. Although those who were caught were all men of sacrifice, he could tell from the little clues that they weren't people from the Dragon Mist Empire. Could it be that they were forcing them to do something? But why did they withdraw their troops? I don't know what they are up to. Yi Daofeng shook his head. He felt that he was being blinded by a layer of dark clouds. Yi Ding turned around and opened the door. He received a scroll that was just handed to him. After he opened it and took a look, a smile finally appeared on his cloudy face. He waved the scroll in his hand at Yi Daofeng and said with a smile, "Mr. Yuan, she has already made his move. He has cleaned up the troublemakers in the Dragon Mist City." The whole process took less than an hour. Yes, at least for his kindness, we have to hold the profound dragon ritual well. Yi Daofeng nodded. He seemed to have thought of something and asked, "How's the Tianqian platform?" Hearing this, Yi Ding shook his head and said, "The Tianqian platform was disbanded 4 years ago. Other than to hide from their many enemies, it was probably also to avoid the royal family's investigation. The Tianqian platform disciple, who was caught last time, also said that he didn't see the Emperor of Tianqian and Jun Luo Yi again. Since he couldn't get any useful information out of him, he let him go. Brother Yi Ding, Brother Daofeng, there is someone outside the palace who wants to see you." At this time, the 5th princess came in and said softly, "At this time? Who is it?" Yi Daofeng and Yi Ding were a little surprised, but they still asked. "The Emperor of Tianqian and the group of people we saw in the bronze underground palace." However, the 2 brothers couldn't think of this answer. They were a little confused. They didn't know why the Emperor of Tianqian and the others were here at this time. Could it be they should be here to discuss the profound dragon ritual? Yi Ding and Yi Daofeng looked at each other and said this sentence in unison. Then the 2 brothers rolled their eyes. The 2 brothers pondered for a moment and nodded. They said to the 5th princess, "Go and invite Mr. Yuan Shi, but don't force him." After that, Yi Daofeng sighed. There were still 400,000 soldiers, 500 miles away from the Dragon Mist Empire. Most of the royal family's forces were gathered on the city walls. Otherwise, the Dragon Mist City wouldn't be so chaotic. Otherwise, they wouldn't have disturbed Yuan Shi and the others. Yi Ding and the others knew that the 5 of them were in seclusion. However, when they thought of what Yuan Shi had said last time, "I am an army all by myself," at this time, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was indeed an army of one man. Damn it! To be able to quell the chaos in the Dragon Mist City in half an hour was not something an ordinary Sky Realm Master could do. "Let's go, big brother. Let's go see this former priest," Yi Ding said with a bitter smile. When Yi Daofeng saw this expression, even he was a little unhappy. However, the moment the 2 of them stepped out of the study, a dignified expression appeared on his face once more. Chapter 491. The dense forest was like a natural barrier, isolating them from all kinds of prying eyes. Hidden in the mountains, accompanied by the music of the flowing stream, the trees swayed gently. The connected earthen houses and small buildings were separated by a small river, and a short stone bridge connected the 2 sides together. In front of the small mountain at the side of the small village, a group of energetic young men and women were quietly sitting on the ground and cultivating. A middle-aged man was also looking at these little fellows with gratification. However, although his face was brimming with smiles, there was a trace of worry between his brows. From time to time, he would let out a low sigh as if he had encountered some trouble. "Uncle Feng, you're watching the little fellows cultivate again." Not long after, a clear laughter sounded from the sky. When the middle-aged man heard this slightly familiar voice, he could not help but tremble. A panicked expression flashed through his eyes. Afterwards, he raised his head and saw a white figure descend from the sky and land in front of him. Only then did he smile and say, "Xiao Yuan, why have you come back?" "I chased someone back here." It's the instigator of all those things that happened in the past 2 years. I finally found that person with great difficulty, so I left behind a trace of my aura and chased after him." The white figure was naturally Yuan Shi. When he was comprehending the formation, he felt that he had reached the saturation point and needed to digest the messy information in his mind. It just so happened that Yi Ding was looking for him, so he conveniently solved the matter in Dragon Mist City. However, when he was in Dragon Mist City, Yuan-Shi once again saw that extremely terrifying and bloody scene. Moreover, the blood was very fresh. Clearly, that person had not disappeared for long. In a fit of anger, he did not care about anything else. His soul strength, that was comparable to that of a demi-demon, directly blew up a storm and enveloped the entire Dragon Mist City. Finally, he found the perpetrator. However, when he found that person, he only had time to hastily leave a mark on that person's body. Afterwards, that person disappeared, and he chased this mark all the way here. This was the small village that they had stopped at. It was a rather beautiful, small village hidden in the mountains. Uncle Feng's body trembled, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. These two subtle changes did not escape Yuan-Shi's eyes, and he immediately frowned. After thinking for a while, his knitted brows relaxed, and then he smiled and said, "Uncle Feng, I'll take a walk in the village. You don't have to come over." When Uncle Feng heard this, his hand trembled slightly. He suddenly stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Yuan-Shi. "Uncle Feng, no matter how much someone loves someone, or should I say, everyone has to think that one day they might have to reap a fruit for the cause they sowed. No matter if it's a good or bad fruit, they should bear it." Yuan-Shi's soft words caused Uncle Feng's hand, which had yet to touch Yuan-Shi, to freeze in midair. Yuan-Shi then turned around and smiled gently at him. "Uncle Feng, now I have delivered the child's fruit." When Uncle Feng heard this, his old hand suddenly drooped down. His eyes were a little empty, and his face was a little dejected. It was as if he had aged more than 10 years in an instant. Yuan-Shi did not say anything. He only looked at him with a gentle gaze and nodded gently. Uncle Feng let out a long sigh. He knew that he could not hide it any more. After a long time, he stretched out his trembling hand and patted Yuan-Shi's shoulder heavily. He sighed again and said in a low voice, "Little Yi is a good child. It's just that he lost his parents when he was young. I only found out about this 2 days ago. Uncle Feng, don't worry." Yuan-Shi smiled and nodded. He slowly walked towards the small village. As for Uncle Feng, he seemed to be in a daze. His eyes were empty as he looked at the sky. He seemed to have thought of that incident 10 years ago, after passing through one house after another. Yuan-Shi came to the end of the village. He sensed the reaction of his imprint. He raised his gaze and looked towards the black house. However, this black house was the result of a fire. The fire had burned down the frame of the house. The beams of the house were on the verge of collapse. It was unknown when it would collapse. Sensing a weak aura of life inside, Yuan-Shi took a light breath. He walked to the door of the house and gently pushed it open. What came into view was a dozen or so extremely white skeletons that clashed against the pitch-black background. They were quietly stacked in a corner. Apart from a few that were perfectly preserved, the rest were crudely stacked together. The pitch-black walls were stained with blood of sin. Black spots sputtered from near to far. Other than the solidified blood, there was also some sticky liquid that had not settled down in time. A few corpses were casually placed at the other end of the house. There were many strange symbols drawn on the walls of the house. There were also some circles that were about a foot in size. They looked like the magic circles of the realm of the gods. Yuan-Shi walked quietly. The sound of blood and white shoes weaved together a soul-calming song. The space here was completely silent. Fortunately, Little Star and the others didn't come here. It's enough for me to see this. Yuan-Shi sighed softly in his heart. He looked towards the window. Light poured in from the window and shone on a small area on the ground. It was less than a meter in length and width, but it was very clean. In the only place in this small house with light, a small figure was squatting on the ground. His tender little hands were covered in blood. His index finger was still drawing something seriously in that clean area. There was a half-drawn magic circle. At this moment, the boy was seriously drawing the other half. Yuan, she could see that this magic circle had the highest degree of completion. It was much more complete than the ones drawn on the walls. It was transforming from tender to familiar. Yuan, she stood beside the boy. He did not say a word. He just looked at him quietly. The boy was only 13 or 14 years old. His tender little face was full of stubbornness, but he also looked very calm. When he was drawing, he would occasionally use the back of his hand to wipe the sweat off his face. It added some uncoordinated blood stains to his very white face. From beginning to end, the boy did not look at Yuan Shi. He only focused on drawing the magic circle in his hand. His eyes were calm and nothing could be seen. After a long time, the boy finally stopped what he was doing. Yuan, she looked at him with interest, but she didn't see anything special. The boy didn't shout excitedly that he was done, nor did he get excited. It was as if finishing this task was meaningless to him. Finished. In the end, it was Yuan Shi who spoke softly. Hearing the voice, the boy turned around and raised his little head. His stubborn eyes quietly looked at Yuan Shi. When their eyes met, Yuan Shi also looked at him in a daze. Only then did he realize that there was still a metal mask hanging on the boy's stomach. It was the same mask that he had worn to assassinate Xian that night. You kill me? After waiting for 10 minutes, the boy finally spoke. His hoarse voice and dry voice made Yuan Shi frown. This child probably had not spoken for a long time. How you are judged has nothing to do with me. I am just an outsider. Yuan, she said calmly. Then he took out a robe from his storage ring and casually put it on the boy's face. He also took out a water bag and threw it to the boy. Then he pointed at the magic circle and said, "Do what?" The boy casually put on the robe. However, this purple robe belonged to little Ming. Yuan, she did not have any other clothes of a suitable size, so he could only make do with it. After waiting for a long time, the boy stiffly drank a mouthful of water. Then he slowly shook his head and pointed at the 2 skeletons lying flat in the corner. He said incoherently, "Dad, Mom." Then he pointed at a few corpses and piled up skeletons. His eyes flashed with confusion. After a long time, he said, "Bad people." Yuan, she widened her eyes and let out a long sigh. She thought she knew what was going on. But what surprised her was that the little boy was still looking down at the array on the ground and murmuring, "Dad, Mom, a long-cherished wish." Yuan, she could not help but continue. "Su wish." The boy tilted his head and looked at Yuan Shi with eyes full of confusion and confusion. "A lifelong wish. The meaning of this picture is that I want you to grow up healthily." Yuan, she did not look sideways. He lied without blushing. The boy opened his mouth, but did not say anything. Then Yuan, she brought the boy out and buried his parents under a locust tree. Then he used fire and wind elements to completely burn down the dark house. The fire that soared into the sky alarmed everyone in the village. Only Uncle Feng, who was in front of the hill, sighed softly and looked at the young man and woman who were still cultivating in front of him. As for how to deal with the boy, Yuan, she also said that this was not his duty. He was just an outsider. It would be enough to bring him back to the imperial family. As for that tragedy, he did not ask about it. He only left a guess in his heart and did not want to understand it. Before they left, they even threw the little boy into the river for him to take a bath. After washing away the bloodstains on his body, he looked quite cute. But who knew what kind of story had been behind that calm little face and those lifeless eyes? Everything that had been completely destroyed by that fire and a gust of wind. Flying in the sky with Ningyi, Yuan, she thought that he would scream in fear. However, he only looked down quietly and did not say a word. It was as if his heart had died. Ningyi hid many things on his body. Among them, there were a few that Yuan, she was more concerned about. It was the Yun family's spiritual talisman that could conceal one's body and aura. There was also a talisman that could increase one's speed. The talisman could be used repeatedly. All these years, Ningyi had only relied on these things and a small dagger to complete those shocking events. This made Yuan Shi lament even more. At the age of 13 or 14, he was still living a carefree childhood in the Yuan family. After returning to Dragon Mist City in a hurry, Yuan Shi brought Ningyi and rushed to the study room. She blasted the door open and saw dozens of dumbfounded faces in the study room. Yiding, why are you here? The mystery dragon ritual hasn't started yet, right? Yuan Shi was stunned when he saw the two people who were the most demented. He looked to the two sides and saw the intelligent woman. However, they seemed to be discussing something when Yuan Shi rushed in. However, Yuan Shi did not care about anything. Since they were not talking, he had something to say. He pulled Ningyi into the study and pulled him in front of Yiding. This is Mr. Yuan's child? After Yiding went through the initial shock, he still hadn't recovered from his shock. When he saw Yuan Shi suddenly pull a child in, his brain went haywire and he blurted out this sentence. Hearing this, Yi Daofeng almost wanted to poke his own eyes out. Yuan Shi's face twitched and he laughed bitterly. Fortunately, it wasn't a little star who brought a child in. Otherwise, half of the empire would have been destroyed by your words. Then he recounted what had just happened in front of everyone. He even took out the talismans and a dagger. Ningyi did not say a word from the beginning to the end. His eyes were still as empty as ever, as if nothing could attract his attention. You're saying that this child is from these 2 years? Yiding was shocked when he heard this. Although he heard the news from Yuan Shi, he still found it hard to believe. The Tianxian emperor and the others who had been standing behind him could not help but sigh. What had this child experienced to be able to walk in a pool of blood at the age of 13 or 14 to end up in such a hellish place? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. Yuan Shi was not surprised by everyone's surprise. If he had not discovered the little figure in a fit of anger and chased after it, no one would have known. Forever. This child is called Ningyi. Anyway, I'll leave him to you guys. I just happened to discover him by accident and chased after him for tens of thousands of miles. I brought him back while I was at it. I still have something to do, so I'll talk to you later. If there are no accidents, we'll meet again in 3 days. Yuan Shi shrugged. His soft voice made everyone's face black. How could he have chased after him for tens of thousands of miles while he was at it? Don't cause trouble. Little Star isn't as easy to talk to as I am. If this year's profound dragon ritual can't be held, I can't guarantee that something earth-shattering will not happen. Yuan Shi then put his hands on his hips and looked at Jun Luoyi and the others unhappily. His casual words made them feel helpless again. Just as they were about to say something, they saw Yuan Shi rush out like a gust of wind. He did not even leave a shadow behind, leaving behind a room full of messy emotions. At this time, the little boy in purple slowly turned his head and looked in the direction where Yuan Shi disappeared. His empty eyes flashed with a trace of color. Chapter 492. On the Black Earth. Streaks of sword chi swept across the wilderness. The terrifying power ravaged the earth over and over again. However, in less than half a minute, the Black Earth would return to its original state. Mournful roars and screams of beasts resounded through the wilderness. The monstrous, demonic chi combined together, causing even the space to tremble. In the endless army of black beasts, there was only a very small figure. He wielded 2 huge swords and killed all the black beasts that came within 5 meters of him. The figure was only strolling on the ground, step by step. He did not seem to be in a hurry as he walked forward. It was as if he could not see the ferocious black beasts that covered the mountains. He just swung his sword again and again. There were also a dozen vague, purple shadows on his body. Every time he swung his huge sword, the shadows would send out sword chi to his left, right, and back. If the figure chose to attack with a fist or a palm, the shadows would also attack with a palm, a fist, or a sword. Suddenly, an extremely huge black beast appeared on the path in front of the figure. Terrifying demonic chi rolled over. The body of the black beast was hundreds of feet long. Its blood-red eyes were even bigger than a person's. The huge black beast stretched out its thick limbs and stared at the figure with its berserk eyes. Then it suddenly raised one of its palms and slapped at the figure like a mountain. When the black beast raised its palms, the black beasts around it also went berserk. Roars sounded one after another as they all pounced at the figure in a frenzy. The faint, purplish-gold eyes looked up and glanced at the black beasts that were several thousand feet tall. Then he looked at the black beasts that were pouncing from all directions and blocking the way. The human figure sighed and slowly squatted down. He crossed his two giant swords and sheathed them at his waist. The faint, purplish-gold shadows also followed his movements and squatted down. Sword shadow, flowing light. With a low roar, the figure suddenly pulled out his two swords and slashed forward. The shadows also slashed out dozens of times. The dazzling sword chi was so fast that even the shadows could not be seen. It swept out like light, drawing dozens of circular sword chi in the void. After the two swords were swung, the world instantly quieted down. It was dead silent. However, the figure did not find it strange at all. He continued to walk forward and did not even look at those black beasts. Even those huge black beasts did not pay attention to him. A cold wind blew past, and the black beasts that covered the mountains and plains instantly disappeared. Looking back at the black beasts that were constantly disintegrating in the air, the figure sighed. Without the black beasts, he did not seem so small anymore. The sword technique in the Linghong sword is also exceptionally powerful. I originally thought that only the Linghong sword could produce flowing light. I did not expect that I could also produce sword chi that is faster than the speed of light with the Netherworld Ruined sword. Yun Nuashing sighed. He did not know how much time had passed since he jumped down from the dead tree. The black beasts that appeared had also changed from the original strength of the Immortal 5 to the Devil rank. Until just now, the strength of those black beasts was probably already at the Devil rank 6 seal. That huge black beast was even a powerful existence of the demigod rank. The crystal of the 6 paths of reincarnation beside him was still following him. The energy in his body was still limitless. However, this endless slaughter made even Yun Nuashing's expression a little ugly. Although he was using these black beasts to temper his body, this was more like torture. It made him feel mentally exhausted. However, he had no choice but to kill all the way. I can control the 10,000 transformations, sword body now. Looking at the light purple shadow that was attached to his body like a shadow, Yun Nuashing felt a little relieved. The 10,000 transformations, sword body, could only stand in one place and quickly and mindlessly produce sword chi one after another. Now, he could control them and make them move with his body. When he swung his sword, the shadow would follow. It was as if he had swung his sword dozens of times at once. Dong! At the end of the horizon, a black fog gradually rose up. It was as if a tall mountain was slowly rising. 2 red moons appeared in the sky, emitting an ominous aura. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure descended from the sky, causing the earth and space to tremble. It was as if they would collapse at any time. However, the pressure suddenly disappeared when it reached Yun Nuashing. How could he, who had many divine weapons and even divine weapons, be suppressed by the pressure? The aura of a high-level god. Is this the last test? Yun Nuashing watched the black shadow slowly stand up. The 2 red moons stared at him. Finally, Yun Nuashing saw a huge figure that was at least 1,000,000 feet tall. It was as if it was standing above the Milky Way and could pluck the stars with one hand. Wow, what a big guy! Even though he was mentally prepared, Yun Nuashing couldn't help sweating. This thing was too big. I can try that. However, although he was surprised, Yun Nuashing's speed was not slow at all. Before the big guy started to move, he moved first. Surging light elements gushed out of his body continuously. It was as if his body was about to turn into a star. The dazzling light even illuminated the huge black beast's figure. The darkness was gradually dispelled. Roar! The the huge black beast suddenly opened its mouth. With a roar, it shook the space and created pitch-black cracks. Even Yun Nuashing's light elements were offset by this roar. Feeling that the density of the light elements had decreased, Yun Nuashing's eyebrows trembled slightly. Then he grinned. Rays of light gradually appeared around his body. They were weapons: sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and tridents. Golden chains wrapped around Yun Nuashing's body. Then his body suddenly trembled. His whole body was like a long golden arrow. He dived towards the huge black beast together with dozens of divine weapons. The two red moons shrank slightly. It seemed that they didn't expect Yun Nuashing to be so fast. However, the black beast didn't seem to be in a hurry. Its huge legs stomped hard. Rings of light flashed out from under its feet and densely covered the ground. Then they suddenly solidified. An invisible force was quietly born. Seeing that the rings of light were forming a magic array, Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. However, he didn't care too much. The light elements that were condensed to the extreme brought him to the front of the huge black beast in a flash. The halberd in his right hand fiercely pierced into the huge black beast's leg. A thick black fog splashed out. However, before the fog could touch him, the light elements brought him to another place in a flash. Buzz! The figure that just appeared froze slightly. Before he could insert the second divine weapon into the huge black beast's body, a terrifying force suddenly descended on Yun Nuashing's body, causing his figure to freeze for a moment. It was also at this moment that the huge fist of the huge black beast, which was comparable to a mountain range, came crashing down from the sky. In a few blinks of an eye, it rushed in front of Yun Nuashing. However, when the huge fist swept over, it only swept a patch of light particles. A few thousand meters in front of the huge black beast, a cluster of light particles slowly appeared. After that, they gathered and Yun Nuashing's figure appeared. However, his appearance seemed a little different at this time. His light purple hair had turned into a brilliant gold. Even his purplish gold eyes were filled with gold. Dense light particles spiraled around his body. Every time his 6 golden wings flapped, a wave of particle turbulence would be stirred up. Phew! I was almost hit. Yun Nuashing wiped his sweat. If it wasn't for the unlimited energy that allowed him to condense the most brilliant light elements the moment the solidification was removed, he might really have been hit by that punch. Buzz! Planet Yun Nua had just stopped when the densely packed rings of light below suddenly changed. This made his pupils shrink slightly. It was very similar to the type of spirit design that he had seen before, the one he had seen in Yuan City, the divine restriction spirit design. Just as the changing array solidified, Yun Nuashing felt a great pressure descend from the sky. It directly pressed down on his body that was suspended in the air. This is gravity. Just as Yun Nuashing's feet touched the ground, the black ground around him suddenly caved in and turned into a huge pit. The place where Yun Nuashing's feet landed sank even deeper. Under such great pressure, even if he had movement mystic skills, he couldn't use them. Those divine weapons also boomed continuously to resist the terrifying gravity array. His evil spirit eye opened in response. However, Yun Nuashing only took a glance before he hurriedly closed it. This divine restriction array was much more complete than the one in Yuan City. If he forcefully used his evil spirit eye to look at it, it might even backfire on him. Light elements. Even light can be suppressed by gravity. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth. The light particles on his body became denser. The 2 huge swords in his hands also boomed as he tried to break free from this pressure. An ear-piercing sound of breaking wind exploded in the air as a huge black fist smashed towards Yun Nuashing like a meteor crashing into the earth. Wherever the fist passed, even the void was torn apart. That terrifying power had yet to reach Yun Nuashing, but the oppressive feeling had already descended upon him. He only had time to cross his two swords in front of him, and the power of the stars in his body began to go berserk. Boom! An unparalleled force crashed onto the huge swords. It traveled through his arm and spread to his entire body. Yun Nuashing felt as though his entire body was about to fall apart. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was fiercely hit by this heavy fist, and he was pushed back tens of thousands of feet. 2 cracks appeared on the ground from his feet. Soul-burning technique, burn. Yun Nuashing roared. He once again used the soul-burning technique that he hadn't used in a long time. Streaks of scarlet runes appeared from his body and climbed to every corner of his body. Since the energy is unlimited, 16 times amplification. Yun Nuashing's body seemed as though it was going to burn. Rolling black flames broke out from his body. The golden light elements seemed to have turned into fire elements at this moment and burned Yun Nuashing's body. Scarlet radiance flickered from his body. At this moment, Yun Nuashing looked like a demon. Ah! With an angry roar, he used all his strength with both hands. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, he forcefully pushed back the meteorite-like fist. The silver-blue Linghong sword also appeared at the same time. Then Yun Nuashing grabbed it tightly and slammed it into the Netherworld Ruin sword. His golden eyes revealed a bewitching scarlet color, as though 2 balls of fire were about to rush out. Boom! A piece of land beside him was smashed into smithereens by a giant black fist. Yun Nuashing's figure flashed, and before he could get far, that huge gravitational force descended once again, and this time the gravitational force was several times stronger than before. 10,000 times the gravity. Then, soul-burning technique, 64 times amplification. Crimson runes covered his entire body, and even half of his long golden hair had turned crimson. Yun Nuashing opened his mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. This roar no longer sounded like the voice of a human, but more like the roar of a beast. And this roar directly shattered the gravitational pressure on his body, causing several layers of the ground to collapse. His body was like a beam of light that shot straight towards the great beast's body. If it was under normal circumstances, Yun Nuashing definitely wouldn't dare to try this. Increasing the soul power consumption rate of the soul-burning technique by 64 times at the cost of burning soul power was simply suicide. However, it was different here. There was unlimited energy here. The Netherworld Ruins, sword, and Linghong, sword, quickly merged. Yun Nuashing didn't even look at it. He took out a 10-meter-long golden sword and slashed at the space in front of him with all his might. When the sword fell, a huge fist the size of a star appeared with a loud bang. When the two collided, there was a loud sound of metal colliding. The terrifying force sent Yun Nuashing flying. Bright light, floating golden shadow. Yun Nuashing roared, and thousands of his silhouettes suddenly appeared in the void. Then, all of them rushed towards the giant beast. Dozens of silhouettes even grabbed his divine weapon and rushed towards the giant beast like rays of light. These weren't afterimages, but his clones. All of them were condensed from rich light elements and had 100% of the power of the original body. Roar! Ah! The giant beast roared fiercely. The sound waves turned into a substantial energy impact that covered all of Yun Nuashing's figures. The latter and the others all roared at the sky. Thousands of roars stacked on top of each other and blasted toward the former sound waves, shattering the space into nothingness. Chi! Chi! The sound of sharp swords piercing through flesh resounded in the void. Yun Nuashing's figures held his 18 artifacts and stabbed them all into the giant beast's body. There were also tens of thousands of long swords condensed from energy that pierced into the giant beast's body. The giant beast suddenly opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to devour the world. Endless dark energy condensed into its mouth. All the energy in the world was completely absorbed and slowly condensed in its mouth. 9 heavens, soul, concealing formation, seal. Yun Nuashing's thousands of figures, rapidly formed hand seals. Their roars resounded in the sky. Then, the weapons that pierced into the giant beast's body flickered with a pitch-black light. They actually extracted the giant beast's energy. Then they turned into energy runes and wrapped around the giant beast's body from the bottom to the top. Roar! However, just as the energy seal was about to reach its body, the giant beast roared fiercely. The condensed, endless energy suddenly flashed, and the world seemed to darken. In the dark world, all the colors had turned completely black. There was only a giant black figure and thousands of golden figures. The endless energy turned into an eternal energy beam that shot toward the person at the back of the golden figures. Along the way, the void collapsed. Even the dark yellow time barrier was on the verge of collapse. You recognize me? Yin Nuashing's pupils shrank. He held the divine sword that was formed by the fusion of 2 divine artifacts. The blood in his body roared. The power of the stars and the elemental energy boiled and poured into the divine sword like waves. The scarlet runes also spread along with the energy. When he activated all his power, the 6 wings slowly grew from 1,000 feet to 2,000 feet. Golden particles appeared in the sky, and all of them surged toward Yun Nuashing. Su Ming, the energy pillar that represented eternity, flashed to 100 feet in front of Yun Nuashing in a few breaths of time. The energy that seemed to be able to destroy time and space caused Yun Nuashing's expression to become solemn. The latter also suddenly raised the divine sword, took a deep breath, and suddenly spat out a loud shout as the divine sword slashed down. Final slash. 9 heavens, spirit subduing formation, annihilation. And when Yun Nuashing's true body swung down the divine sword that symbolized destruction, the thousands of golden figures also started to form hand seals. The formation that had opened up within the huge beast's body started to collapse. A terrifying energy hurricane swept out, and there were even bolts of chaotic energy that turned into lightning that wreaked havoc within the beast's body. Break! A wild roar suddenly sounded. Suddenly, a huge black sword light that was hundreds of thousands of feet long burst out from the divine sword with a terrifying force that could destroy the world. The moment the sword light shot out, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into the void. The tottering barrier of time suddenly began to fluctuate, and purple cracks began to appear all over it. As for the black earth that was already in ruins, it sank down by several hundred meters, and a 100,000-foot wide crack began to rapidly spread out. Chapter 493. On the tattered black land, cracks that were tens of thousands of feet wide extended as far as the eye could see. What was even more shocking was that there was a huge fan-shaped crack that was 1,000,000 miles wide, as well as a bottomless pit of unknown size and width. The chaotic power of the void space was roaring nonstop here. The shattered void space slowly shrank, and the time barrier that was exposed also hid itself. Space was slowly healing, but the black land seemed to be unable to heal itself. It was left lying there in a tattered state. The huge crack that was 1,000,000 miles wide was even expanding. The rocks and ground there were being eroded by the 2 types of flames and were slowly melting. At the front of the crack, there was a golden and scarlet figure kneeling on the ground weakly. His expression was a little dull. Although there was an endless amount of energy in this place, the after effects of overdrawing his power did not let him go. Even though the power of stars and mental strength in his body were full, he did not even want to raise his arm. He had overdrawn his strength by 64 times, which meant that every cell in his body had 64 times the normal function. This expansion and contraction almost caused his powerful body to be unable to withstand it. The 6-colored crystal was still spinning on the spot. When it saw Yun Nuashing sitting there with empty eyes, it emitted a ball of light that enveloped Yun Nuashing. It turned into a bubble and lifted Yun Nuashing in the air. Then the crystal pulled Yun Nuashing towards the front of the land. They stared blankly at the crack that was 1,000,000 feet long, slowly extending. In the end, it was even 100 million miles wide. At the end of the crack, a bottomless pit appeared in front of them. Above the pit, there was a ball of light floating. When the crystal pulled Yun Nuashing past the pit, the ball of light also floated over. Then it passed through the bubble and landed in front of Yun Nuashing. Staring blankly at the ball of light, Yun Nuashing did not seem to have recovered. His expression was a little dull, but he instinctively stretched out his hand. The ball of light landed on his hand gently. With a soft sound, it burst like a bubble. A colorful bracelet appeared and landed in his hand. Yun Nuashing stared blankly at the bracelet, but he did not react at all. His eyelids drooped slightly, and he turned his gaze to look at the crack. Only a ball of paste was left in his mind. The crystal pulled Yun Nuashing and flew away. After a long time, when they had left the battlefield, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. They had reached the end of the Black Land, and there was a green grassland in front of them. The rich vitality here was completely different from the deathly aura here. Just as the crystal pulled Yun Nuashing to the grassland, a loud rumble came from the black land behind them. Then they saw that the deathly black land suddenly sank into the ground and gradually broke into pieces. Finally, it disappeared. The sky also turned from dark to blue. White clouds of various shapes floated in the sky and did not move. It seemed a little lazy. After the black land disappeared, the green grassland began to spread and replace the empty scene. At first glance, it seemed that Yun Nuashing had just come from the grassland. The crystal carried him and flew until they arrived in front of a lake. There was a towering ancient tree there. Its entire body was flowing with a dark green light. It was 100,000 feet tall, and it seemed to be holding up the sky. On the other side of the lake, there was a thatched cottage. The crystal carried Yun Nuashing to the thatched cottage and placed him on a bed. Then there was no more movement. Yun Nuashing's lifeless eyes, which had been open all this time, slowly closed. This sleep was quite comfortable. He heard the chirping of birds and the light music of tree leaves. The lake water flowed past with a pleasant tinkling sound, like the sound of wind chimes swaying in the wind. In this sleep, Yun Nuashing dreamed of many places and many people. There was Yu Yin, Xianin, Ming, Yi Shi, and Yuan Shi's family. They were as interesting as when he first met them. He also saw Yao Hua and the others, Qin Yu and Uncle Qin, and some people he had never met before. He felt that they were very familiar, but he couldn't remember who they were. In the dream, there was also Zian. He and Zian held hands and toured the mountains. They went to some places they had never been to before. They leaned against each other on the grassland. It was very realistic. The sound of the wind, the smell of the soil, the scorching heat of the sun. Everything was so real that it couldn't be any more real. It made him realize for the first time that dreams could be so beautiful. Many years later, in a certain hall, Yun Nuashing was holding the hand of a beautiful woman in a white dress. Her dark purple hair was as smooth and lustrous as silk, hanging down naturally. He was still wearing a black trench coat which had never changed. The black and white contrasted against each other. Under the sunlight, they were incomparably sacred. The two of them were like a celestial couple, which made people envious. At the surrounding tables, there were people who knew each other. Those familiar faces were all smiling with blessings. Yao Hua and the others were so excited that they whistled. Everyone was so excited that they were shouting and cheering. This should have been a very happy scene, but Yun Nuashing was a little confused. Although his handsome face was filled with joy, it didn't seem to be a smile from the heart. He was at a loss, and at a loss. He turned his head and looked at Ziyan's flawless face. Compared to his memory of her, she had a more sacred charm. Her beauty was unparalleled. She smiled sweetly at him like a fairy. Happy? Excited? These feelings weren't related to Yun Nuashing. He only felt very confused. Everything seemed to be natural, and everything seemed to be logical. Everything seemed to be inexplicable. He didn't understand. He kept feeling that there was a hole in his heart. It shouldn't be like this. Finally, they walked to the front of the ceremonial stage and stood facing each other. Xian had a bright smile on her face, but Yun Nuoxing's smile was very stiff. There was a hint of repulsion in their eyes that wanted to burst out. "Are you not happy?" Xian chuckled. "Happy?" The smile on Yun Nuoxing's face completely stiffened. Was he happy? He didn't seem to be, but he felt very happy. It shouldn't be like this. Yes, everything was far from going so smoothly. Everything shouldn't be so logical. Of course, I'm happy to be able to marry the fairy of my dreams, but Yun Nuoxing finally smiled from the bottom of his heart. His smile was very bright. He understood. He knew what the repulsion that had existed in his heart for a long time was. Xian tilted her head. She was still smiling very brightly and peacefully. Her lily-white hand held his hand tightly and didn't let go. "It's just that I don't have such qualifications. I don't have such rights. I lost everything. I lost all my memories. I didn't give myself such rights. I can let go of a lot of things. I can even abandon my memories. No matter what happened in the past, no matter who I used to be, my memories are looking for me. They are calling me. They want to wake me up." Yun Nuoxing chuckled softly. His grip on Xian's hand tightened slightly. "Maybe I've imagined this day in the depths of my heart. Maybe I've been looking forward to this day. Maybe, there are many maybe. But at least it's not now. It can't be now." Xian still chuckled and nodded. Mei Mao was still smiling. "Don't you hate me?" Yun Nuoxing laughed self-deprecatingly. I don't hate you. How can I hate you?" Xian shook his head and gave him the most beautiful smile. In an instant, it overshadowed all the brilliance in the world. It was dazzling, intoxicating, and mesmerizing. "I'm sorry." Yun Nuoxing lowered his eyes and murmured softly. He felt a little guilty in his heart. Xian shook her head and didn't say anything. She covered her chest with one hand and pressed her other hand on Yun Nuoxing's chest. Her cherry lips moved slightly as if she was saying something silently. Then Yun Nuoxing felt everything freeze. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. What he saw was a small house made of wood and bamboo. Warm sunlight poured in through the door and windows. Everything started from a dream and ended in reality. I wasn't allowed to have those beautiful things. Even the most brilliant moment of my life was forbidden to me. "Thank you for letting me see that scene," Yun Nuoxing said softly as if she was talking to herself. "That should be the strongest desire in the depths of your heart. Although there might be some problems with the way you expressed it, it was still the peace that you wanted the most in your heart. Why did you reject it in the end?" This time, the six-colored crystal didn't remain silent. Its voice was very calm. This was the clear and melodious voice of a young woman. It had a special rhythm that made people want to fall asleep when they heard it. "Because I don't have the right to have those things. A blank life and blank memories. But a life that once belonged to me and a memory that once belonged to me was forcefully stuffed in. Who am I? I don't know. Before I completely decide on this definition, I don't have the right to judge my life," Yun Nuoxing said with a faint smile. It was as if she was talking to the crystal, but also to herself. The six-colored crystal fell silent. This answer was rather strange, but to Yun Nuoxing it was a pertinent answer. "Congratulations, you have perfectly passed the second trial. Dream thoughts," the six-colored crystal said indifferently. However, this was the highest evaluation it had ever given. Since ancient times, there were only 7 people who had cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, excluding the founder. Yun Nuoxing was the 9th. Every one of them had been tested by it. As for the second trial's dream thoughts, no one had passed it except for Yun Nuoxing. Dream thoughts would show the deepest desire and hope in the person's heart. It was the highest realm of peace and happiness. These 7 people couldn't break free from it, even if they knew that it was a dream. What will happen if I fail? Yun Nuashing asked. Nothing will happen. The first 2 trials are a kind of training. If you pass it, it means that the training has been perfect and there will be a reward. If you don't pass, there will be more training, the 6-colored crystal said. What reward? Yun Nuashing's eyes lit up slightly. Then she came to her senses. She seemed to be holding something in her hand. She quickly lowered her head to look at her palm. There was a colorful bracelet lying there. This is... Yun Nuashing looked at the bracelet in surprise. This is the extra reward for the first trial, battle. By the way, the last giant beast was at the level of a god emperor. This was also determined by the energy you released before, the 6-colored crystal said indifferently. This is why you gave me a god emperor giant beast. Yun Nuashing suddenly felt a little speechless. He thought that the giant beast was at the peak of the underworld emperor level. He didn't expect it to be at the level of a god emperor. Did he bring this upon himself? Other than the person who created this heart sutra, the other 7 people all went through the trial. However, the strongest summoned beast at the last stage of the first trial was the one you summoned. At that time, there was a god emperor powerhouse who only summoned a beast of equal strength to him. The 6-colored crystal seemed to be mocking him. Actually, it's the same. There's no punishment even if you don't pass. Fine. I brought this upon myself, but at least I passed. So, what's the reward? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and asked in annoyance. The reward for the first trial is 2 formations. One of them is the Black Prison, Prisoner Beast. It's a summoning formation. It's around the 8th stage of the divine rank. The other one is the Gravity formation that you forcefully shattered. It's only at the level of a divine rank heaven restriction. Moreover, you have to figure out how to activate the heaven restriction yourself. Before you activated it, it was only a 5th stage divine rank formation. Of course, it can be upgraded to a divine rank heaven restriction. This depends on your luck, the 6-colored crystal said indifferently. That bracelet is the soul stabilizing bracelet. It's the extra reward for the first trial. It's a token of the stars in the starry sky. You'll know what it means in the future. As for its original use, it's to tie up hair. Huh. Yun Nuashing almost rolled off the bed. Tie up hair? I'm kidding. The 6-colored crystal couldn't help but laugh. It let out a string of tinkling sounds like silver bells. The soul-stabilizing bracelet can store energy. It's similar to a backup energy source. When you wear it, it can automatically absorb the energy that overflows from your body. This includes spiritual power and soul power. When you cultivate, it can also extract 1% of the energy and automatically store it. When the energy in your body is used up, it will turn into pure energy and return to you. If you take off the soul-stabilizing bracelet and crush it, the stored energy will explode out in one go. However, when the soul-stabilizing bracelet is crushed, it will follow the energy and enter your body. When it's repaired, it will come out again. That's right. The soul-stabilizing bracelet is really used to tie up hair. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Who came up with the idea of tying up hair? As for the rest, you have to figure it out yourself. The 6-colored crystal smiled faintly. Then it said, as for the reward for the second trial, it's a divine rank. Stop. Let's discuss. Can we change it? Yun Nuashing's face couldn't help but twitch. The art of burning soul could fuse other mystic arts and mental cultivation techniques. He had already cultivated the art of flame demon burning heaven, the art of receiving spirit, and the glazed treasure mirror. Although the art of 6 paths of reincarnation was a mental cultivation technique related to the cultivation of the mind and soul, it was also fused together. For mystic arts and mental cultivation techniques, and one mental cultivation technique, was there any need to cultivate in the future? No. The 6-colored crystal said faintly, all right, if you can't change it, then you can't change it. What Xian art is that? Let me guess. Is it related to dreams? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's handsome face immediately turned into a crying face. He couldn't help but mutter, "All right, 5 Xian art hard arts." In the future, his cultivation speed would probably be slower than a snail's crawl. And the 1,000 dream heart arts. It's different from ordinary heart arts related to dreams. The 1,000 dream heart arts can create a dream world. The 6-colored crystal said softly. Chapter 494. Dream World. At the mention of the word world, Yun Nuoxing's heart was in turmoil. He knew that in this world, there were many different subworlds, which were worlds similar to parallel worlds. Of course, the difference between a parallel world and a parallel world was that a parallel world was a replica of the original world, while subworld was different from the original world. The source world is the world you live in. This is also the basic world, also known as the origin world. Below it, there are many different secondary worlds. The boundary world is a mirror world created by a boundary. It can show the boundary that exists in the source world. If you want to escape into the boundary world, you need to be a formation grandmaster with very high attainments in formations. The boundary world is also a mirror world created by a boundary. Only its creator can enter that world. For ordinary boundary worlds, the door is a boundary array. Individual boundaries are the key to open the door to the boundary world. It's very difficult to cultivate. The dream world, of course, the definition of this world is very vague. This secondary world can only be entered in a dream. Moreover, it needs to be guided through a special method. The dream world is not necessarily the same as the source world. There may be a big difference. There are similar worlds, such as the mirror world, the elemental world, the spiritual world, and so on. Some worlds have many people who abide by the rules of the secondary world to survive. Of course, some worlds have no life or very little life, such as the boundary world. The 6-colored crystal spoke with assurance. Yun Nuoxing held his forehead and felt that his head was trembling. This world has been ruined. How are the secondary worlds born? Yun Nuoxing asked. Most of them are created by humans. The creator is an existence in the rebirth state. The 6-colored crystal said. Well, this answer was already known in his heart. People at this level could not be looked at with conventional eyes. Yun Nuoxing's head hurt again. He could not help but sigh and asked again, there are so many secondary worlds. Has anyone created the source world? No, or to be exact, no one, not even the gods, can create the source world. At most, they can create a secondary world, using the blueprint of the source world. In the end, even if it looks very similar to the source world, no matter how perfect it is just a small world. No one, no god can create the source world. Even the parallel worlds are just a type of mirror world. They exist naturally and look very similar to the source world. The source world is the foundation of all secondary worlds. How can it be replicated? The 6-colored crystal said with an unquestionable voice. Yun Nuoxing's mind was filled with stars. He could even see a few stars spinning in front of him. He always felt that they would smash him in the next second. What was this, and what? Don't say any more. Let's go back. I'm going to faint. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly reached out and stopped the 6-colored crystal from continuing. He felt that if he did not speak, the 6-colored crystal would talk to itself for a whole day. Oh, the 6-colored crystal responded and then said, the 1,000 Dream Sutra can create dream worlds. These dream worlds will be stored in your dreams. Of course, they can also be erased. The effects of these dream worlds are up to you to experience. The type of dream world depends on the type of world you want to create. Of course, these dream worlds that you create are not secondary worlds and have nothing to do with that dream world. Only this small world that you create is perfect enough and different from the source world can be called a secondary world. However, the difference here does not refer to the difference in appearance, but to the difference in rules. All right, I'm begging you, don't say any more. Yun Nuashing covered his face. If this continued, he might die here. The six-colored crystal snorted and said arrogantly, "Young man, listen to more of other people's knowledge. Now it's equivalent to you knowing about the divine rank in advance. Moreover, many gods don't even know about these things regarding the world. Even if they know, how can they know more than me?" "I know." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He knew that this knowledge was very precious, but telling him so much at once was like throwing a pile of stones into the river. Moreover, these stones were incomparably huge. If it was just a small stone, it might splash a ripple and disappear, but a pile of large stones would make the river incomparably chaotic, if you know. The six-colored crystal sighed and threw down a few things. Then it said, "Then hurry up and cultivate. Once you're done, I'll let you out." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was startled. He seemed to have forgotten the time. "How long has it been since I came in? If we count what your consciousness has experienced, including the dreams, it should be around 10 years. Uft! Yun Nuashing spat out a mouthful of water. "Don't worry. If we don't count the dreams, it's been half a year. You killed for half a year in the first test. Then, Yun Nuashing wanted to say something. But those are only what your spirit and soul are experiencing." The six-colored crystal interrupted him and continued. 6 paths of reincarnation. 6 paths of reincarnation. You're currently experiencing reincarnation, which is different from your physical body's time. If you want to count, it's been 2 days. Phew! Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, only 2 days had passed. Then, the mystery dragon ritual would begin in 3 days. At least he didn't miss it. Seriously, among those who cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation, you're the weakest. You can't even tell such a small thing. The six-colored crystal couldn't help but look down on him. Yun Nuashing was speechless. "I'm the weakest? Then who's the weakest after me?" Yun Nuashing asked unhappily. No matter what, he had defeated an Emperor God level summoned beast. How could he be the weakest? "The weakest after you is just a Shunming. By the way, let me tell you, the strongest is an Emperor God level master," the six-colored crystal said calmly. This made Yun Nuashing smile even more bitterly. It seemed like he had learned it too early. He might have broken the bottom line. "Oh, right, the reincarnation discs engraving. Someone told me that it's a key. How do I use it?" Yun Nuashing asked again, recalling what Xian Yin had told him before. "The reincarnation discs engraving. You can only use it after you've experienced all the trials. Now is not the time. There are a total of 9 tests. I'll tell you about them while I'm at it. Battle, dream, element, perception, cultivation, willpower, spirit, soul, unknown." "Huh, unknown? What the hell is unknown? What the hell is unknown?" Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded. What was the meaning of the unknown? "Because no one has gone there. If you don't complete all the trials, the final trial won't open. The engraving is also useless." "It's useless," the six-colored crystal sighed. Caressing the 3 scrolls that the six-colored crystal threw down, Yun Nuashing was silent. After a long time he asked, "How many of the 9 trials did you pass the most?" "Other than the first 2 trials, which didn't have any effect, you can only continue to the next trial after passing one. The one who went the furthest was the Emperor God level master. After going through the trial of willpower, he went crazy." The six-colored crystal said ruthlessly, "You have to be mentally prepared for what will happen in the trials here." "Crazy?" Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Even the Emperor God level master could only go to the 6th trial. How could his willpower be weak when his cultivation reached the Emperor God level? But he was still crazy. He really didn't know what terrifying things would test him there. Sighing, Yun Nuashing didn't ask any more questions. He threw away all the distracting thoughts and took a few deep breaths. When his mind calmed down, he pressed the 1,000 Dream Heart Sutra scroll on his forehead. His mind was completely immersed in it. What he didn't see was that when the 1,000 Dream Heart Sutra was pressed on his forehead, the 6-colored crystal suddenly trembled. A bright light burst out from it, illuminating the vast grassland. In the distance, hundreds of light pillars shot up into the sky. The blue sky suddenly turned into a dazzling color. The different shapes of the clouds changed in an instant. Even the ground trembled slightly. It seemed like an earthquake was about to happen. Hiss! Seeing such a huge phenomenon, the 6-colored crystal let out a cold gasp. The 1,000 Dream Heart Sutra and the 6-Path Reincarnation Sutra were 2 heart sutras that existed side by side. When learning the 1,000 Dream Heart Sutra, the person who cultivated the 6-Path Reincarnation Sutra would be tested to see if they were suitable to cultivate these 2 heart sutras. And from the looks of it, this heart sutra didn't seem to be suitable for Yun Nuashing, his samsara disc. The 6-colored crystal suddenly turned a circle. At this moment, a black light lit up on Yun Nuashing's forehead. Even without the reincarnation mirror, he could clearly see the samsara disc in his soul. That deep, dark samsara disc. If he zoomed in, he would see black engravings densely engraved on it. This made the 6-colored crystal let out a cold gasp. No wonder someone told him that the engravings on the samsara disc could be used as a key. This person has been reincarnated for at least 10,000 lifetimes. In the past, even the reincarnation emperor didn't reincarnate as many times as him. The entire samsara disc is black. The 6-colored crystal murmured in shock. It seemed to have frightened itself quite a bit. I'm really curious about who this person is. If he has been reincarnated for more than 10,000 lifetimes, he must be at least a powerful person from the ancient times. Maybe he is even a god from the ancient times. The 6-colored crystal let out a sigh. However, the 6-colored crystal didn't do anything. Just as it was about to float to the door, it saw a burst of white light on Yun Nuashing's body. This made it stunned for a moment. It quickly turned its gaze and saw between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows. There was a silver-white mark that was slowly shining with a dazzling light. This time, it directly made a sound like it had spat out water. The mark of a god. Good Lord, he has a god protecting him. He is one of the destined ones in the big world, and he is also one of the reincarnators in all the lifetimes. This time, the 6-colored crystal was truly frightened. The chosen one only existed in the great world, and they were a very special group of people. There was no need to describe them in other words. Only one sentence was enough. Their guardian was a god. Is it the big world again? How many years has it been in the outside world? The karmic reincarnation has been going up and down for tens of thousands of years. The needle of time has turned round and round, and the world has been reincarnated again and again. Those reincarnations that have not passed away, where are they now? The netherworld is the home of the gods, and reincarnation is the journey of all souls. Where should we go in this life? Chapter 495. In the imperial palace of Long Lan, Yun Nuashing and the others were staying at. After Yun Nuashing fell into a deep sleep after cultivating the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, no one dared to approach the person on the sofa. Yi Shi and the others were still working hard in the secret room. Without the evil spirit eye, it was very difficult for the 4 of them to fuse talismans, arrays, and charms together. Fortunately, Xian and Yun Nuashing had gone to the Yun family. Moreover, her comprehension was actually very good. In a short 2 days, she had comprehended 8 and even 9 talismans. Now, it was her turn to teach Yi Shi and the others. As for Yi Shi, after listening for 10 minutes, she completely understood. She had studied charms before and knew some very important things. Charms and talismans were somewhat similar. Since that was the case, she only needed to know the differences between the two to be able to link them together. Therefore, after she understood, She threw herself into Yun Nuoxing's career. Since she didn't have the evil spirit eye's ability to see through everything, she would try it one by one. She would convert the talismans into energy lines, convert arrays into energy lines, and then randomly mix them together. Thus it exploded. Boom! Hearing the violent explosion coming from the secret room, Ziyin, Yuanxi, and Qin Yan all shrunk their necks. Ever since Yuanxi returned, he could hear extremely violent explosions coming from the secret room from time to time. Although every time he rushed in, Yishi was completely fine. However, the walls were always blasted with large and small holes. However, later on, they got used to it. They were used to drinking tea calmly and chatting calmly amidst the explosions, so much so that they couldn't cultivate calmly. They could only bitterly smile and pray that Yun Nuoxing would wake up soon. Otherwise, Yishi would probably blow up the palace. Under Ziyin's patient guidance, Yuanxi and Qin Yan spent 2 days to thoroughly understand the talismans. This was not difficult for them. The key was to understand how to convert mystic skills and other things into energy lines. Once they understood, it would be easy. I feel that if I go take the Immortal Ranked Array Formation Master Examination now, I'll definitely pass. She took a sip of tea and smiled confidently. At that time, I can find Little Star to be my sparring partner. Yuan-Shi, don't blame me for not reminding you. Little Star has learned quite a few divine-level formations, Ziyin teased. When the time comes, I'm afraid it won't be about who wants to be a sparring partner. But let's guess how many days young Master Yuan will be bedridden. Qin Yan couldn't help but laugh. Although she was a little confident that she could take the Array Master examination, she felt that she didn't have much talent in Array Masters. Therefore, she didn't plan to delve too deeply into it. However, after learning how to convert mystic skills and mystic arts into energy patterns, she felt that this trip wasn't in vain. This would be of great help to her future mystic skills. Tomorrow is the Mystery Dragon Ritual, and Little Star still hasn't woken up. Is there really no problem? Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was sleeping peacefully on the sofa with her eyes tightly shut. Ziyin was a little worried. During this time, Zai didn't come out to say anything. She only said that she was fine, and then went to study talismans like crazy. She said that Little Star is cultivating a kind of reincarnation heart mantra. Have you heard of any heart mantra related to reincarnation? She couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Ziyin and Qin Yan both shook their heads. They had never heard of any heart mantra related to reincarnation that could make people fall into reincarnation. Even she didn't know what Yun Nuoxing was cultivating. She only knew that it was related to reincarnation. This kind of heart mantra, I'm afraid it's at the divine level. Reincarnation is the biggest secret. No one knows what reincarnation is, only that it exists. Qin Yan thought for a while, then said, in an ancient book of the Qin family, there was a person called the Reincarnation Emperor. He was very talented and saw through reincarnation. He even fought his way to the demon world and stepped into the divine realm. He was a very powerful person. He cultivated a very strange heart mantra related to the soul and spirit. He wanted to use the power of reincarnation to fight his way to the reincarnation realm. But because his obsession was too deep, he went crazy. He was a peerless figure from the last era. I remember him too. She suddenly stood up, cleared his throat, and let out a dry cough. Then he waved his hand and shouted, I used my body to suppress the eternal reincarnation realm. From now on, I am a god in all the realms. Qin Yan nodded and didn't refute. That was the highest praise for the reincarnation emperor in that era. He had stepped into all the realms and never tasted defeat. He used his body as a seal to suppress reincarnation realm. Even though he had already disappeared, hearing this description still made people's hearts surge. However, in that era, there were very few people who could reach the level of the reincarnation emperor. Moreover, it had been a long time since anyone had stepped into the reincarnation realm. Perhaps this was the heavens being unfair to him. The heavenly Tao reincarnation realm was at its peak and then at its decline. How could he go against God's will? Mr. Yin. Just as the three of them were surging with emotions, Yi Ding's voice came from outside the door. Xian and the others calmed down a little. They took a sip of tea and sighed softly. Then Xian put down the teacup and walked to open the door. When the door opened, Yi Ding thought he would see Yin Nuashing. But when he saw Xian walk out, he couldn't help but be startled. His gaze became a little absent-minded. Then he hurriedly lowered his gaze and let out a dry cough. His delicate face was a little red as he said, Jun Luo Yi and the Emperor of Tianxian want to see Mr. Yin. If there are any problems, I will reject them. When Xian heard this, he turned around to look at Yin Nuashing. Then he saw Yuan Shi and Qin Yan turn around and look at him in confusion. After thinking for a while, he said, Tell them that little star is currently in a deep sleep. If there's anything important, they can tell us. It's the same. Yi Ding nodded. Then he let out another dry cough. His gaze unnaturally stole a glance at Xian before he turned around and left. Xian felt that it was a little funny. He helplessly shook his head and simply stood at the door to wait. After a while, two people walked over. When Xian saw them, he nodded at Jun Luo Yi and Jun Luo Yi. Then he walked into the room. The two of them followed him in. Little Star is cultivating. Don't touch him for now. When Yuan Shi saw the two of them come in, he said indifferently. Then he added, if you're not afraid of going crazy. Jun Luo Yi and Jun Luo Yi nodded and sat on the chairs opposite the sofa. He originally thought that the two of them were going to talk about something very important. In the end, they came to ask about the divine city. Yuan Shi thought about what Yun Nuashing said that day. Then he basically repeated what she said. When Jun Luo Yi and Jun Luo Yi heard this, they were very surprised. The commotion was not any smaller than Yi Ding and the others. Even Emperor Tianxian had a look of shock and yearning. When Yuan Shi saw that Jun Luo Yi wanted to say something, he waved his hand and said, If you have something to say, there's no harm in saying it. Hearing this, Jun Luo Yi nodded. She took a deep breath and slightly clenched her jade-like hands. After a while she said, May I know what attracted young Master Yuan to the mystic dragon continent? Attracted? Nothing. We just came here to have some fun and to train our hearts in the mortal world. Understand? When Yuan Shi heard this, he laughed and touched his forehead. Then he said, Small worlds, that is your mystic dragon continent. In the past, they could be seen everywhere in the God realm. However, with the changes of time and the passing of time, there may be many small worlds now. However, most of them are hidden and hard to find. We also came across this place by chance and came here to have some fun. However, it seems that you don't believe me? When he finished speaking, he saw Jun Luo Yi looking at him with a faint smile. Yuan Shi felt a headache coming on. Indeed, as Yun Nuashing said, this girl seemed to be overly intelligent. However, there was no other way. Who asked them to be so strict in the beginning? Originally, they were about to go to the God realm, but they were forcefully pulled back and forced to participate in the mystic dragon ritual. Young Master Yuan, don't worry. We're just worried about the mystic dragon continent. Our relatives are still here. Please understand. Jun Luo Yi said lightly. Yuan Shi nodded and said casually, It's nothing. We're just here to participate in the mystic dragon ritual. It's up to you to believe it or not. Hearing this, Jun Luo Yi could not help but frown. However, when she saw Yuan Shi's calm eyes, she could only sigh softly. She still did not believe him. She did not believe that these experts would come here aimlessly to participate in the mystic dragon ritual. Well, anyway, we are indeed here to participate in the mystic dragon ritual. However, we still want to see if the so-called sacrificial fire is the Yin spiritual fire. I can't tell you that your sacrificial fire will be taken by us, right? Yuan Shi laughed bitterly in his heart. Skipping this topic, Yuan Shi and Jun Luo Yi talked about this world's forbidden land. They even asked if it was true that there was a passage to the God realm. However, their answers surprised Yuan Shi and the others. It was true that the forbidden land could lead to a second world. Moreover, there were people who came back alive to prove it. I couldn't tell that you guys yearn for the God realm so much. Yuan Shi chuckled. He did not mean to look down on them. He just felt that it was a little strange. The people of the God realm yearned for a small world, while the people of the small world were thinking about how to get to the God realm. People of the martial Tao only pursue higher realms throughout their lives. Jun Luo, Yi said softly. Jun Luo, Yi said softly. When she said this, her beautiful eyes even had an extremely bright light, as if she was telling him about her will, her determination. That world might not be suitable for you guys. Yuan, she glanced at her. He wanted to say this, but after hesitating for a while, he did not say it. He turned his head and looked at Yun Nuoshing. Then his gaze paused. He saw that the latter's body had unknowingly become very bright. Not good. Retreat quickly. Yuan, she furrowed her brows. A bad premonition suddenly welled up in her heart. She hurriedly yelled and enveloped the 5 of them with the wind element. With a flick of her hand, she directly tore down the entire wall and rushed into the small courtyard. Jun Luo Yi and Jun Luo Yi were shocked. At this time, before they could react, they saw 2 figures pulling her and the profound Sky Emperor respectively and flying toward the sky. Meanwhile, Yuan, she directly lifted the entire secret room and was the last one to rush into the sky. Buzz! Yuan Shi, who was slightly behind, suddenly felt a terrifying energy coming from his back. He did not even have time to look back. He used all his strength to urge the wind element and flew toward the sky. As for Xian and the others, Mei Mao looked down at the sky in horror. The entire dragon mist royal family became slightly distorted in their sight. The connected palace became extremely distorted under their gaze. It was like a whirlpool that sucked in the entire royal family. Moreover, this terrifying whirlpool was still gradually expanding, gradually encompassing half of Dragon Mist City. In less than a minute, it had expanded to a size of 10,000 feet. Looking down from the whirlpool, everything became distorted. Brother Nuo. Suddenly, a terrifying energy spread out from the secret room. Yuan, she was so shocked that he hurriedly threw it into the sky. Then, the secret room suddenly exploded, turning into fragments in the air. Then a petite figure suddenly rushed out and rushed to the top of the whirlpool in a few flashes. Xiaoxi, come back! Xian was shocked. She placed Jun Luo Yi beside Emperor Tianqian. Then, with a twist of her slender waist, she rushed toward Yi Shi. Don't come over. Yi, she turned back to look at Xian and shouted. With a wave of her small hand, a strong spatial energy directly grabbed the former's petite body and sent her back to Qin Yan's side. Xian was slightly shocked. In the blink of an eye, she returned to where she was just a moment ago. She frowned slightly and wanted to rush out again. Seeing this, Qin Yan quickly pulled her back and shook her head at her. Young master, Yan might have encountered a problem in his cultivation. The power of reincarnation is not something we can touch. We can't even struggle out of it ourselves, Qin Yan said calmly. Xian heard this, and her brows relaxed slightly. However, the uneasiness was completely written on her pretty face. Reincarnation. Jun Luo Yi and Emperor Tianqian frowned when they heard this. Did reincarnation really exist in this world? Jun Luo Yi helped Emperor Tianqian to Xian's side. She bowed slightly and said thank you. Hearing this, Xian turned back and glanced at her. Seeing that she nodded at her, she smiled and nodded as well. Then, she looked down anxiously. That terrifying whirlpool twisted everything into vortexes of various sizes. Xian felt a destructive force from it. If she entered it, she would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Dark erosion. Yi, she suddenly raised her small hand. Her delicate shout spread throughout the entire Dragon Mist City. Then, everyone saw a black magic formation suddenly appear in the sky, majestically covering thousands of miles. Following the appearance of the black magic formation, a black energy suddenly spread out between heaven and earth. It formed into balls and condensed in the air. This is the Abyss Shrine's great formation. Why would little she, seeing this black magic formation, she recognized it immediately. Almost everyone in the God realm knew about the Abyss Shrine's reappearance a few years ago. He knew about the Abyss Shrine's great formation. Little girl, are you going to destroy me or some hypocritical inheritance? Just as the black magic formation was about to fall, a helpless voice suddenly came from below, startling Yi, Shi, Xian, and the others. Just as this voice sounded, the reincarnation whirlpool that enveloped the entire city suddenly froze. Then it slowly shrunk. In a few breaths' time, it shrunk from the size of the entire Dragon Mist City to a size of 3,000 feet. In the end, it disappeared. After the whirlpool disappeared, the distorted scene below also returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Yi Shi and Xian still heard some panicked voices coming from below. It seemed that things weren't as normal as they seemed. In the space beside Yi Shi, a black figure accompanied by a ray of light suddenly appeared, causing the former to be stunned. Then she felt herself being picked up and her head being rubbed by that annoying hand. However, she didn't slap that hand away. "Are you all right?" Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at Xian and the others with a smile. Seeing this, Xian and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Their figures quickly descended and came to Yun Nuashing's side. When Xian looked into her eyes, she felt an inexplicable palpitation and absent-mindedness. In a daze, she seemed to see some illusory things. "Little girl," Yun Nuashing called out softly, causing Xian's delicate body to tremble. Her mind was quickly pulled back by her. When she saw the former with an apologetic smile, she couldn't help but blush. With just a glance, she fell into an illusion. "Are you all right?" Xian asked with concern. She had touched Yun Nuashing when she was cultivating and was forced to experience a reincarnation life. It was so real that it scared her. She kept feeling that she couldn't come back. However, when she came back, she saw that Yun Nuashing had fallen into it. She was a little worried about him. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Only then did she see Jun, Luai, and Xian. She nodded slightly and said, "Let's go down and talk." Chapter 496. After Yun Nuashing woke up, the profound Sky Sovereign and the profound Sky Sovereign were no longer at ease. Whether it was the faintly discernible strange aura that Yun Nuashing emitted, or his eyes that contained the will of reincarnation, it was somewhat unnatural. As a result, they didn't stay for too long and hurriedly left after discussing some matters for the next day. Yun Nuashing could only smile bitterly at this. He had just cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, but he couldn't completely control it. The faintly discernible power of reincarnation emitted from his eyes might last for a while. Seeing the door gently close and hearing the footsteps fade away, Yishi's calm expression suddenly changed. While Yun Nuashing wasn't paying attention, she suddenly pounced into his arms and pushed him onto the sofa. Her little butt sat firmly on his stomach, and her little hand pressed against his forehead as she fiercely said, "Big brother Nua, you have to tell me what you're cultivating." Yun Nuashing had just taken a sip of water when he didn't expect to be treated so roughly. Before his saliva could flow down his throat, a huge force came from his stomach, and his breath was stuck in his throat. He almost choked to death, and even his eyes rolled back. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw Yi Shi's face that was pretending to be fierce. That's right. Brother, you have to confess." Yuan, she squatted at the side and also stared at him with an unfriendly expression. On the other side, Xian and Qin Yan didn't say anything. They just looked at each other and smiled. The former took out a long sword, while the latter took out a golden energy gem. The vast energy made Yun Nuashing almost cry. Hey, 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 you guys aren't being nice. I just crawled back from the underworld. You can't force a confession out of me, or else I'll scream. I'll really scream. Yun Nuashing had a long face. He looked at Yi Shi and the others lovingly and couldn't help but blink his eyes. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Yi Shi smiled wickedly. Her sparkling little teeth ground against each other, as if she wanted to move her mouth. Break my throat! Break my throat! Everyone. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. However, she could still tell that Yi Shi and the others were worried about her, even though this kind of worry was a little strong. She sat up from the sofa and patted Yi Shi's head. Then she looked at Ziyin and the others, took a deep breath, and briefly recounted what had happened in the past 4 days. 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Ziyin and Yuan, she didn't think much of it, but Yi Shi couldn't stay calm when she heard the name. Her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her wide sleeves. But one could tell from her expression that she wasn't calm at all. 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Even among the rare cultivation methods of reincarnation, it's one of the best. The person who cultivates this cultivation method can gain enlightenment in reincarnation. This reincarnation can be a period of life or a simple period of time. But no matter if it's 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 10 million years, it's just a short period of time for the person who reincarnates. Yi, she said solemnly, well, that's pretty much what it means. Don't worry, I'm really fine. Yun Nuashing nodded and smiled. Everyone, as if we believe you. Who doesn't know that you're someone who risks your life every day and always say that you're fine? Yuan, she rolled her eyes. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He really didn't like to risk his life. It was just that the things he cultivated were very dangerous. Forget it, you won't say anything anyway. Yuan, she sighed helplessly and patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder. He smiled and said, anyway, if there's anything, remember to tell us. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. Then he chatted with everyone for a while. Yuan Shi and Qin Yan also prepared to rest. They had been looking forward to the mystery dragon ritual for a long time, so they had to rest well. As for Yi Shi, she bounced in Yun Nuashing's arms for a while, pinched his handsome face, and borrowed the evil spirit eye from him before rushing into the secret chamber. Seeing that Yi Shi was even more anxious than him, Yun Nuashing was speechless. It was originally an idea that he had suggested, but in the end, Yi Shi was even more enthusiastic than him. After resting and drinking 2 cups of tea, Yun Nuashing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he stood up, he was shocked to see that Ziyin had been quietly drinking tea at the side. Mei Mao had been looking at him, but didn't say a word. Her presence was even lower than Qin Yan's, which made him speechless. Thinking of the scene he saw in the dream of reincarnation, Yun Nuashing's handsome face blushed slightly. For some reason he muttered, "Lass." Ziyin put down her teacup and looked at him with a faint smile. She was elegant and refined. Her appearance was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of nations. She also had an indescribable sense of mystery. This caused Yun Nuashing's expression to become slightly sluggish. He stared at her without blinking. Ziyin didn't avoid anything and just looked at him. Her beautiful eyes were still filled with a smile. She was even a little proud when she saw that he seemed to be a little dazed. Yun Nuashing stared at Ziyin without blinking. 2 images gradually overlapped in his mind. That palace, that fairy in white, and also looking at him with a smile, just like her. This made Yun Nuashing a little absent-minded, and he subconsciously reached out his hand. A trace of astonishment flashed through Ziyan's beautiful eyes when she saw him suddenly extend his hand towards her as if he was inviting her. She stood up from the sofa and extended her jade-like hand towards that fair hand. After that, she slowly grasped it. Feeling a sudden softness in his hand, Yun Nuashing came back to his senses. He saw that Ziyin was standing in front of him, only 2 feet away. This scene was very familiar, just like the scene in his dream. His heart was as confused and puzzled as that scene. Her watery eyes took in all the changing expressions on his face. Xian was also a little confused. After the cultivation, Yun Nuashing had been a little strange. His eyes seemed to have experienced more vicissitudes of life, as if he could see through a person. Sometimes his eyes would become incomparably clear and very pure. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. The vicissitudes of life in his eyes disappeared without a trace. His mind seemed to have returned from a faraway place, and his eyes became very clear again. He exerted a little strength in his arm and pulled Xian over, looking at the figure that was constantly enlarging in front of her. She was also a little nervous. However, she didn't resist and very naturally allowed herself to be pulled into his arms. She watched as he slowly hugged her tightly. Her lily-white hand was suspended in midair. After hesitating for a moment, she also put it on his shoulder. Her delicate body bent slightly, and her delicate ear was pressed against his chest. Little Star's heart is so messy. Hearing the strange sound coming from his chest, Xian finally couldn't help but speak softly. Yun Nuashing was slightly startled and then nodded. "I'm sorry." Xian was stunned. Her delicate body trembled slightly because of these 3 words. She turned her head in confusion and looked at Yun Nuashing's calm face. She felt a little upset. "Why is it so sudden?" "No." Yun Nuashing shook his head and let out a long sigh. He softly said, "In that 9-year dream, I dreamed of you. Something happened, but I don't want to talk about it yet. I didn't have the time to say these 3 words to her." Hearing this, Xian's beautiful face flushed red. It even spread from her cheeks to her sparkling earlobes. It was so red that water could be squeezed out. No girl could remain calm when they heard the person they liked say that he dreamed of them. "Little Star, what did you do?" Yun Nuashing's expression froze. His handsome face blushed, and he hurriedly coughed dryly. "I didn't do anything." After saying that, he rolled his eyes. He was feeling a little strange and couldn't distinguish between dreams and reality. In the end, this girl's words made it seem like he had lost his mind. "Buffed," Xian dragged out her voice. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing ambiguously. When she saw him roll his eyes, she couldn't help but laugh. Her jade-like hand quietly landed on his waist, and she gave it a hard pinch. He was so shocked by Xian's sneak attack that he flew up. He couldn't care less about the soft and warm body in his arms. He almost crashed into the wall. When he came back to his senses, he looked at her with embarrassment. However, all he saw was her graceful back. She walked into the room with her hands behind her back. She didn't even look back. Yun Nuashing was inexplicably left in the hall. He sighed softly and scratched his head in distress. He seemed to have thought of something. He pulled his waist-long hair to the front and groped about 1/3 of his hair for a while. He grabbed something with his hand and gently pulled it out of his hair. What appeared in front of him was a 6-colored bracelet, the soul stabilizing bracelet. It's really used to tie hair. Yun Nuashing was shocked. In the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, the 6-colored crystal took the soul stabilizing bracelet and fiddled with it for a while before disappearing. However, if he touched it directly or looked at it from the outside, he wouldn't be able to see the bracelet hanging there. He could only feel it when he touched it with his soul and spiritual power. The power of reincarnation in the 6 paths of reincarnation technique has strengthened my soul and spiritual power a lot. It should be easy to fuse those 3 now, right? After sighing for a while, Yun Nuashing looked at the gradually darkening sky outside the window. He then looked at the tightly shut secret room and walked towards it. When he passed by Xian's room, he paused for about a minute before walking towards the secret room. When Yun Nuashing walked into the secret room, the door of the room quietly opened a crack. A pair of bright eyes stared at him with a smile, until the door of the secret room closed. The door of the room also quietly closed. "Father, those people who wreaked havoc in Dragon Mist City a few days ago were all men of sacrifice. We couldn't find out where they came from. In the study, the middle-aged man in linen clothes was still sitting on the desk. He supported his head with one hand and looked at the book in his hand. However, he was a little absent-minded. Below the desk, Yi Daofeng was tidying up the books that were scattered all over the floor. He inadvertently mentioned this matter and then looked at the middle-aged man on the desk, as if waiting for his reply. Every year, there are some people who don't want to see the ritual of the mystery dragon as usual. It's not just the dragon, Mist Empire. I'm afraid it's the same for the other empires as well. As for their motives, I'm not sure. The middle-aged man sighed softly. He turned his head and looked at the night sky outside the window. He said lightly, "I hope everything goes well tomorrow." Jun Luo-yi, the profound Sky Emperor, and several dozen other people were in a hall somewhere in the Dragon Mist royal family's residence. Almost all of them were looking at the white-haired old man sitting by the window. It was as if they were waiting for instructions. Something big is going to happen tomorrow, and there's no way to stop it. After a long while, the old man sighed and shook his head. "Elder Yen, what about the plan?" Emperor Tianxian frowned and couldn't help but ask. "It's feasible. There's always a light at the end of the tunnel." Elder Yen turned his head and looked at him, then nodded. Jun Luo-yi also frowned slightly. She then sighed and said, "Let's go together tomorrow. We have space talismans. If anything happens, we'll be able to escape." "Okay." Everyone nodded. The night quietly passed. When the first rays of the morning sun appeared on the horizon, the mysterious dragon continent, which had been silent for an entire night, suddenly had a wave of life energy that shot to the sky within a couple of breaths. A wild wind suddenly swept over the empty streets. It was filled with human figures that had appeared from an unknown place. Immediately, they pointed their spears at the center of the 8 great empires. They directly rose into the air and flew out of the city. Today was the grandest day on the mystic dragon continent, and these impatient people were going to participate in the ritual of the mystery dragon, which belonged to martial artists. That place was their stage. A ray of morning light spread through the window and squeezed into the secret room. Finally, it shone on the 2 bodies sleeping on the stone bed. Under the sunlight, the black-clothed youth's tightly shut eyes trembled slightly. After a while, he opened them in a daze. His faint purplish-gold eyes were filled with exhaustion. A faint light flashed through them. After a while, he finally woke up completely. His clear eyes looked at the gradually brightening sky outside the window, and he took a deep breath. He lowered his head and saw Yi Shi, who was sleeping soundly on his chest. A gentle smile appeared on his face as his palm gently stroked her head. Yi Shi, who was sleeping, frowned slightly. Her little head shook, causing Yun Nuoxing's gentle smile to become even gentler. However, when he saw Yi Shi rubbing her little mouth on his lapel, black lines drooped down. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After waking up for a while, Yun Nuoxing gently woke Yi Shi up. He patted his old waist, which had almost bent over from sitting, and casually washed up. He changed into a trench coat and even tidied his collar very seriously. Gently stroking the 2 rings with his fingers, Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. "Yinin, lend me some good luck." Then he smiled slightly and pushed the door open. Zien and the other 3, who had been waiting in the hall for a long time, almost spat out the tea in their mouths when they saw the handsome, black-clothed youth walking out of the door. Although his attire was almost the same as what Yun Nuoxing usually wore, his trench coat, which was usually open, was buttoned up. A purplish-red pendant could be seen hanging in front of his chest. His long hair that was casually draped over his shoulders was also thrown to the back of his head. It had to be said that compared to his original free and easy appearance, this kind of grand appearance carried a heroic spirit. Moreover, his extremely solemn appearance actually carried a sense of seriousness. "Ahem, what are you laughing about? Be more serious." Seeing that the 4 people couldn't stop laughing, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wanted to pretend to be serious, but the four people's laughter completely disintegrated him. Xian laughed for a while, then walked forward and gently tidied up the creases on his clothes. Only then did she tease him. "You're dressed up so beautifully. Which young lady are you trying to hook up with?" "I'm trying to hook up with you." Yun Nuashing grinned, causing Xian to roll her eyes. He picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. Yun Nuashing didn't see it, but Xian saw him pick up the cup of tea. Her pretty face turned slightly red for a moment, but he didn't look. After all, the teacup in that position was either Xian's or Yishi's. He put down the teacup, took a deep breath, then looked at Xian and the other three people in front of him. He smiled slightly and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the hall. Xian and the others looked at each other and smiled, then quickly followed him. The profound dragon ritual, the heaven-worshipping ceremony of the profound dragon continent that they had been waiting for nearly a month. Finally, today, the curtains that many martial artists admired and went crazy over had been pulled open. 1 month was neither long nor short, but it made Yun Nuashing wait in the dreamland for as long as 10 years. That heaven-worshipping fire, in the end, would it really be as he wished? Chapter 497. Yun Nuashing and her group went to look for Yiding and the others first. When they arrived at the square in the imperial palace, Jun Luo Yi and her group were already waiting. There were more than 30 people, which made Yun Nuashing and the others feel a little embarrassed. Other than Yun Nuashing and Jun Luo Yi's group, there were also many people from the Dragon Mist Empire. The great general that they saw on the city walls a few days ago was also among them. Moreover, there were more than 100 Mang dragon guards accompanying them. Each of them had a strong aura and were obviously martial experts. Mobilizing so many people, aren't they afraid that their base will be raided? Yun Nuashing moved closer to Yiding and asked quietly. However, the latter only smiled and said, "If the 4 empires dare to not abide by the agreement on the day of the profound dragon ritual and shed all pretense of cordiality, it would be a disgrace to the empire. Moreover, even if the Mang dragon guards were all on alert, they wouldn't be able to defend Dragon Mist City. Therefore, I am very relieved." "No, no, no. That's called giving up." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Yi Ding laughed bitterly and shook his head with a sigh. "Life is hard. Don't expose it." After everyone had arrived, huge black shadows fell from the sky. The strong wind blew at all the figures in the square. Those were huge flying beasts that looked like griffins but had a scorpion tail. The scales all over their bodies were shining with a cold light. Yi Ding said that just one flying beast was equivalent to a soul realm expert. Moreover, its speed was even faster than a heaven realm expert. Yun Nuashing roughly counted. There were about 30 flying beasts. It wouldn't be a problem to bring their group of more than 200 people. When they were about to set off, the middle-aged man in linen clothes finally didn't dress so casually today. With a shake of his body, he changed into a golden robe with a golden sword at his waist. His entire person looked very domineering and majestic, which made Yun Nuashing's jaw drop. Why did the lazy person she saw a few days ago change so much? As expected of the emperor. In the end, he could only sigh. After everyone had boarded their flying beasts, Yun Nuashing took out her nether void sword and enlarged it to about 10 feet long. She led Xian and the others onto it. They couldn't be blamed for this. They were already used to sitting on the nether void sword. No matter what, it was still the #1 divine sword in the celestial sword record. Sitting on it would definitely be more comfortable than flying beasts. However, in the eyes of Yiding and Jun Luo, this kind of style was full of showing off. Looking at the Dragon Mist City that was brimming with a festive atmosphere below, Yun Nuashing could not help but murmur, "Dragon Mist City has become so lively. It started decorating yesterday and has been decorating until now." Yi Ding calmly walked over and stepped onto the Netherworld Ruins sword as he calmly said, "It is still in the preparation stage. The profound dragon ritual will officially begin at night. When the night has just fallen, the entire Dragon Mist City will be very lively. The The profound dragon ritual for us martial artists will also be held at the same time. However, the civil ceremony will last for 3 days, while our day will end. Yi Ding calmly walked over and stepped onto the netherworld ruined sword. Yun Nuoxing turned around in surprise, only to see Yi Daofeng and the others walking over very calmly. Yi Yun even elbowed him and grinned at him. Even their emperor father walked over calmly, coughed dryly, and pretended not to see anything. That's enough. Are you still not leaving? Everyone cursed in their hearts. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and those flying beasts suddenly flew towards the horizon. In an instant, they became as small as a black dot. Yun Nuoxing also patted the Nethervoid's sword and chased after them. Of course, he did not speed. Otherwise, Yi Ding and the others would have fainted. The center of the profound dragon continent was not very far from Dragon Mist City. With the flying beast speed, they could reach it at noon. However, Yun Nuoxing felt that the speed was too slow, so he couldn't help but speed up a bit. As a result, Yi Ding and the others almost fainted. Even the middle-aged man secretly patted his chest. The place where the profound dragon ritual was held was located at the intersection of the 8 great empires. It was also the center of the profound dragon continent. As early as 2 or 3 days ago, it was already occupied by a frightening sea of people. And all of these people, without exception, possessed a powerful aura. Because this place was holding the profound dragon ritual for martial artists, it was even livelier than ordinary celebrations. Therefore, when Yun Nuoxing and the others arrived, they could only see an endless sea of densely packed human heads below them. The earth-shattering clamor soared into the sky, and in the end turned into a terrifying wave of demonic sound that spread out. It could be heard clearly within a radius of 100 miles. Yun Nuoxing and the others were 10,000 meters high in the sky. They raised their eyes and looked around. Only then did they realize that this place was a square that was nearly 3,000 meters wide. The 8 directions of the square corresponded to the positions of the 8 great empires. There were 8 high platforms, and in the center of the square, there was a pile of neatly arranged wood and some strange materials. In the center of the square below, there were 8 arenas. The sudden appearance of these things made Yun Nuoxing puzzled. Those are the arenas of the 8 great empires. Each empire occupies one arena. The people of the 8 great empires can choose any arena to fight. If they win, they can choose to continue fighting or rest. But if they lose, they can't fight anymore. And if they want to continue fighting, they can only occupy their own arena and become the arena master, waiting for others to challenge them. No matter how they fight, as long as they can obtain 10 victories, they can proceed to the next round, Yi Ding whispered. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. What the hell? But thinking about it, it made sense. The heaven offering fire that led to the second world was something that all the peak experts of the profound dragon continent knew. This was a good opportunity to send those talents to the myriad god world. However, it's not that simple because not everyone can go to the divine city. It's said that in the past few decades, the number of people who successfully passed through the heaven offering fire and went to the divine city was less than 10. Yi Ding was still used to calling it divine city and couldn't change it in a short period of time. But his words made Yun Nuoxing frown. Wasn't it certain that they could go there? Hearing that, he subconsciously turned his gaze to Jun Luo-yi. Jun Luo-yi was wearing a white gown, which wrapped her exquisite and delicate body perfectly. She wore a golden crown on her head, and her beautiful face was filled with a solemn expression. Her small red lips were slightly pursed. Mei Mao was a little absent-minded, as if she was reminiscing about something. It made her look less gentle and more solemn. However, this also gave her a different kind of charm. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes twice, but didn't say anything. Everything would have to wait until after the profound dragon ritual. As for the stone platform above, it's the place where the 8 priests summoned the heaven offering fire. Yi Ding pointed at the stone platform in midair and continued, It said that there was originally only one of the 8 sacred objects. Later on, for some unknown reason, the sacred object was split into 8 pieces, which were controlled by 8 families. Later on, these 8 families became the 8 great empires of today. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that the sacred object was a kind of safeguard. Yun Nuashing nodded. The sacred object was split into 8, which created the 8 great empires of today's profound dragon continent. There must be a connection between the two. Speaking of which, without the sacred object, did the profound dragon ritual not take place for 2 years? Yun Nuashing asked curiously. Yi Ding shook his head and said, "No, it's still taking place. It's just that without the heaven offering dance, the fights that should be fought will still be fought. It's just that it's a little less meaningful." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. "Seems like we're the first to arrive. Let's go down first." The middle-aged man looked at the surrounding sky and then said to the crowd. Yun Nuashing nodded, and the netherworld ruins soared slowly descended from the sky. The flying beasts also descended with them, and they landed on the high platform of the Dragon Mist Empire. After they landed, the surrounding spectators' stands were filled with cheers. This gave Yun Nuashing an illusion that he had come to a coliseum and not to watch a celebration. The middle-aged man, Yi Daofeng, and the others all sat down. Jun Luo-yi and the others sat below them. But there were still a few seats left beside the middle-aged man. Those were for Yun Nuashing and the others. In the end, none of them sat down, and they were all lying on the edge of the high platform. Looking at the sea of people, they inexplicably thought of the realm of the gods. I wonder if anything has happened in the realm of the gods. We've been here for a month, and I'm sure many things have happened there. Yuan, she suddenly said. His voice was soft, and there was nothing taboo about it. It was likely that no one could understand what they were saying. The railing of the high platform was not too far away from the seats. With Yi Daofeng, Jun Luo-yi, and the others' hearing ability, they could still hear clearly. Therefore, when Yuan Shi mentioned the realm of the gods, more than 40 people's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly pricked up their ears. Homesick. Yun Nuashing placed his hands on the railing, his chin resting on his hands, and chuckled softly. I'm a little uneasy. I keep feeling like something is going to happen. Yuan, she followed his example and laid down on the railing and sighed. Something's going to happen? What's going to happen? Yun Nuashing turned his gaze and raised his eyebrows. I don't know. The Yuan family's special communication jade slip can break through the barrier of a small world. I received a message from my sisters saying that something might be restless. Yuan, she shook his head. Something? Don't tell me it's referring to the demon world? Yi, she sat on the railing, swinging his legs, and raised his eyebrows when he heard Yuan Shi's words. I can't rule out that possibility, but I received another message. Little star, the Qi family seems to be looking for you all over the world. Yuan, she turned his head and joked. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing sighed, stretched his back, and cracked his knuckles. He said helplessly, those guys just won't go away. In addition, the other big guys are also looking for you all over the world. What do you plan to do? Yuan, she asked again. Yun Nuashing tilted his head, turned around, and leaned his back against the railing. He thought for a while and said, ignore them. Let's do this. We'll go to the east and north of the Tai-Yuan region, and then go to the Xian family to take a look. If there's nothing, we'll go straight to the Fengyan Mountain. If it's the Fengyan Mountain, it's surrounded by a mysterious force. Hearing him mention the Fengyan Mountain, Qin Yan suddenly continued, I also received the news 2 days ago. It said that even the emperor of the underworld powerhouses lost contact after entering, and his soul tablet shattered. Even the emperor of the underworld is dead? Yun Nuashing jumped up in shock and looked at Qin Yan in astonishment. Yes. Qin Yan nodded with a calm expression and said, the Forbidden Zone is already very violent, not to mention a single element Forbidden Zone. The activities of the Fengyan Mountain became abnormal 3 years ago, and it's even more terrifying recently. In the past, even if the emperor of the underworld powerhouses couldn't break through the forbidden zone, they could at least protect themselves. But now, Yun Nuashing was stunned and was a little speechless. After a while, he laughed bitterly and said, "If I knew this would happen, I would have gone to the Fengyan mountain 2 years ago. At that time, I shouldn't have leisurely floated around the East Sea. But didn't you become famous because of the battle in the Ghost Aura Forest? Who in the entire God realm doesn't know the great name of my family's little star?" Yuan, she spread his hands and sighed with a smile. "I'll beat you." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and waved his fist at him. Yuan, she laughed loudly, and then seemed to have thought of something. He pointed at the arena below and said, "Why don't I go up with you to fight? You can't use more than 2 divine tools, and put down the great soaring sword as well. Netherworld ruins, it's up to you. You want me to smash the arena, right? If the 2 of us go up and fight, we'll need an arena that's 10,000 meters long and wide. Also, are you sure you can take on my profound skill?" Yun Nuashing grinned. "Oh, what did I say just now? Look, there are people from the Second Empire coming." Yuan, she was stunned for a moment, and then he pretended that he didn't say anything, and even pointed into the distance. Everyone was speechless, but they also turned their gazes in that direction. Indeed, they saw a large group of people flying over from the horizon, and Yiding also saw an old acquaintance, Cheonghaya. People from the Star Zhao Empire. I'm guessing that he'll come to pick a fight, and then after he's defeated, he'll say something about meeting me in the arena, or he'll go back and let his people fight against the experts of the Star Zhao Empire. Yuanqi laughed. Just as he finished speaking, a golden figure flew over from the distance, and with this person's appearance, the temperature of the air seemed to rise slightly. "Nephew Daofeng, it's time for the agreement. I wonder if the Dragon Mist Empire has found the sacred item?" Cheonghaya laughed loudly, and the whole square quieted down a little. Many people's eyes flashed with a sharp light. What agreement? However, after Cheonghaya finished speaking, his expression became slightly abnormal, because he saw some people, especially the woman in the white robe, who seemed a little familiar. What made him feel even more strange was that Yi Daofeng and the others seemed to be looking at him with a playful gaze. Did they really find it? Cheonghaya frowned as a strange feeling flashed through his heart. However, before Yi Daofeng and the others could speak, a surging sound of wind being torn apart resounded from the horizon once more. Along with this sound of wind being torn apart, the image of a winding river seemed to have appeared in the sky, and it seemed as if it would cover down from the sky with a majestic aura. "People from the Sky River Empire," Yi Ding whispered to Yun Nuashing and the others. "Ha ha ha, Dragon Mist Empire. You still have so few people this year. Looks like everyone else knows that participating in the mysterious dragon ritual is rather embarrassing." After the illusory figure appeared in the sky, a sharp and ear-piercing laughter boomed out. Yun Nuashing's expression didn't change. She turned her gaze to the source of the laughter, only to see a man in a gray robe, grinning with white teeth, looking at the people on the high platform of the Dragon Mist Empire with ridicule. Insulting the Dragon Mist Empire in front of thousands of cultivators. How much hatred do they have? I guess there are more people behind them. "Yuan," she whispered softly. Yun Nuashing's eyes suddenly lit up, looking at the high platform of the Sky River Empire. There was a group of people sitting on the highest seats. Except for a middle-aged man in a gray robe, the other 9 people were very eye-catching. Well, to put it bluntly, radish, green vegetables, and chicken stew. Yun Nuashing waved her hand in the distance. Yao Hua and the others also saw the situation here and waved back excitedly. However, the 2 weren't in a hurry to recognize each other. It should be said that whether they recognize each other or not, it doesn't matter much. "Cheonghaya, come back." At this moment, a voice sounded from the Star Empire side, causing Yun Nuashing and Yi Ding to turn their eyes. They saw the man in a golden robe sitting on the highest seat, frowning and looking at Cheonghaya. After the latter heard this voice, He was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he understood something, he couldn't help but scold himself for being too anxious. After that, he didn't stay for long. He turned around and flew towards the Star Empire's side without saying anything. After Cheonghaya left, the man in a gray robe also seemed to have heard something. His expression changed slightly. He glanced at the Dragon Mist Empire's high platform and quickly disappeared. As for the spectator stands below, it suddenly became much quieter. Everyone widened their eyes, not knowing what had happened. 2 years ago, when they participated in the Mystery Dragon Ritual, almost all the 7 empires came to the Dragon Mist Empire's high platform to ridicule them. Why did they suddenly run away after ridiculing them this time? It's a pity. I thought I could see more beautiful scenery in the Dragon Mist City. Seeing Cheonghaya turn around and leave, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. These people are all cunning old foxes. How can they have so many opportunities to deceive them? The middle-aged man who spoke must have discovered something, such as the existence of Jun Luo. If I knew this would happen, I would have let you hide first. After the 7 empires finished ridiculing us, I would have let you take out the holy relic. That would have been fun. Yun Nuashing looked at Jun Luo Yi and said with regret. Everyone was speechless, while Yi Daofeng was stunned. He suddenly said, "So it can be played like this." As soon as he said this, even his father couldn't remain calm. His eyebrows trembled a few times. Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuashing strangely. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Why is this guy so evil? Why don't I go down and sweep the battlefield? Yuan, she suddenly clapped his hands as if he had thought of something. Hearing this, Jun Luo Yi and the others' faces darkened. Chapter 498. It didn't take long. After waiting for an incense stick's time, the people from the other empires arrived. Each of the people from the other empires glanced at the Dragon Mist Empire. Then they obediently sat down on the seats of their respective empires without saying a word. In the audience below, although the cheers of many martial artists were loud enough to pierce through the sky, everyone felt a little strange in their hearts. They carefully looked at the 8 empires. In the past, when the 7 empires appeared, they would mock or question the Dragon Mist Empire. But this year they didn't say a word. Some people carefully observed and felt that things weren't that simple. Little star, purple night flame? Xian whispered. Mei Mao looked at the platform in midair, then looked at the sky, and finally looked at Yun Nuashing. No reaction. Yun Nuashing lightly shakes his head and lets out a light sigh. However, he is not in a hurry. The Yin Spirit Flame is ranked 47th on the Divine Flame list. If it is really hidden in this small world called Xianlong Continent, as they think, and the one who hid it is its creator, then the divine flame should be hidden in an inconspicuous place, inside a barrier. It's a pity that the treasure map can't be opened here. Yun Nuashing sighed softly in her heart. Suddenly, she thought of something and whispered in her heart, "Purple night." Got it. I'll pay attention to it later. Once there's a reaction, I'll tell you. Before Yun Nuashing could say anything, Purple Night answered. There was no need for him to say anything. The two of them shared the same consciousness and were the most tacit partners. However, Yun Nuashing still froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. She hadn't looked for Purple Night for a long time, so she forgot that she could read his mind. Dong! While Yun Nuashing and Purple Night were talking, a crisp sound of a bell suddenly resounded between the heavens and the earth. The sound of the bell spread out mightily, suppressing the earth-shaking noise. As the bell rang, the world became much quieter. Countless gazes turned in unison and stopped on the high platform of the Sky River Empire. Among the 8 great empires, the host of the profound dragon ritual changed every year. This year, it seemed that it was the Sky River Empire's turn. Shortly after the bell rang, the gray-robed man on the main seat of the Sky River Empire slowly stood up. His eyes flashed with sharpness. He first glanced around, then paused on the high platform of the Dragon Mist Empire for a while, then naturally shifted his gaze away. Yun Nuashing's gaze looked towards the gray-clothed man and habitually opened his evil spirit eye. Then he saw an extremely strange scene. This old fellow has internal injuries, and they were formed recently, Yun Nuashing said in surprise. When Yuan Shi heard this, he also turned his gaze. The gray-robed man's skin was a bit dark, and his face was tense, giving off a stern feeling. His eyes were like lightning, piercing people's hearts. He couldn't see anything wrong with him, but he was sensitive enough to notice that the left side of his body was slightly tilted forward, as if there was something wrong with the right side of his body. Yun Nuashing also noticed it. Then she thought of the sudden retreat of the Sky River Empire and couldn't help but laugh. I'm afraid he was taught a lesson by Yao Hua and the others. The gray-robed man's gaze slowly turned around. Then he smiled and said, There's nothing special to say. The annual mysterious dragon ritual will still be held at night. As for the first round of selection, this year there will be an additional rule, limiting the realm of the participants to the Soul Realm. Does anyone have any objections? The people from the other empires nodded. Most of the people who stopped at the Soul Realm were the younger generation of disciples, the backbone of each family's forces. Martial kings, soul kings, and even Sky Realm Masters belonged to the top forces. However, very few young people stepped into these two realms at such an early age. Except for some foreign visitors, in terms of destructive power, the higher the realm, the greater the destructive power. However, the battle between Martial Kings, Soul Kings, and Sky Realm Masters was not very obvious. According to Yi Ding, it was like playing Tai Chi. However, the Soul Realm was different. Most of them were young disciples, and when they fought, they were more hot-blooded, bold, and violent. The mysterious dragon ritual was also a stage built for them. Seeing that the people from the other empires did not have any objections, the gray-robed man nodded and waved his hand. His voice was like a wave of sound that spread throughout the entire square. I hereby announce that the first round of the mysterious dragon ritual has officially begun. As the gray-robed man's voice rolled out, the silent square once again became turbulent. The continuous clamor gave Yin Nuashing a headache. Below, on the originally empty stage, young figures appeared one after another. Without saying anything, they started fighting. All kinds of energy ripples splashed out, causing the spectators in the stands to roar at the top of their lungs, as if they were the ones fighting on the stage. Yo, little guy! Just as Yun Nuashing was dizzy from the noise, she suddenly felt someone patting her shoulder. She could not help but turn her head, and saw a rather carefree and handsome face. There was a blue lightning symbol at the corner of his left eye. He was dressed in blue, and his windbreaker was casually draped over half of his body, looking very elegant. Yu Chen, Yun Nuashing, was slightly stunned. This guy disappeared after bringing them in, saying that they would meet again at the mysterious dragon ritual. She did not expect that he would really come. After cultivating the technique of 6 paths of reincarnation, Yun Nuashing's spiritual energy had reached a very strange realm. Through the evil spirit eye, he could see the cultivation of others. At this moment, he could clearly see Yu Chen's cultivation. The godson of God was actually a strong person who had stepped into the beginner god level. Seeing the person who came, Yuan Shi and the others were also a little surprised. They did not expect to see him again on the day of the mysterious dragon ritual. However, they did not know what to say, so they simply kept quiet and watched the fierce battle below. What are you, a strong beginner god, doing here? Seeing that none of them were speaking, Yun Nuashing could not help but roll her eyes. She looked at Yu Chen and transmitted her voice. Hearing this, Yu Chen looked at her with a little surprise. However, she was not particularly surprised. She chuckled and also transmitted her voice. Then what are you, a little god, doing here? Yun Nuashing's fingers trembled and she sighed. She had been recognized from the beginning. Don't worry, if I had any evil intentions, I would have already run back to the realm of the gods to inform others to capture you. Yu Chen chuckled, confirming Yun Nuoxing's words. Then she heard him say, "I'm a little stuck in my realm, so I came out for a walk to relieve my boredom. I also accidentally found this place a few years ago. Moreover, there are actually quite a few gods hidden in the mysterious dragon continent. For people of our realm, finding this place is nothing more than to train our hearts in the mortal world. I, on the other hand, am very curious about you little guys. We came in while strolling around. Anyway, we have nothing to do. Those who need to cultivate, and those who need to play, have fun." Yun Nuoxing sighed. "Didn't you come for the sacrificial fire?" Yu Chen said with a faint smile. Yun Nuoxing's eyes narrowed. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he stared at Yu Chen, seemingly unfriendly. Seeing him like this, Yu Chen could not help but laugh out loud. Then she patted his shoulder and said, "Little guy, everything is written on your face." Yun Nuoxing was stunned, looking at Yu Chen, who was laughing so hard that she could not catch her breath. His handsome face could not help but reveal a trace of embarrassment. Was this guy trying to trick him? "Well, anyway, us old guys are very coveting that thing. However, we can't take it away, so we haven't touched it for a few years. Moreover, the profound dragon ritual was not held 2 years ago," Yu Chen said with a smile. "The sacrificial fire, which flame on the divine flame, ranking is it?" Yun Nuoxing asked. "The 47th Yin spirit flame. You have the spiritual godly body, so you can try to take it by force," Yu Chen said. You seem to want me to take it? Aren't you guys also very coveting it?" Yun Nuoxing's gaze was somewhat strange. However, after knowing that the sacrificial fire was the Yin spirit flame, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was actually it. There is an old guy who did not follow the rules. He couldn't take the Yin spirit flame, so he stayed here and wanted to use the power of the natives of the profound dragon continent to interfere with the profound dragon ritual. We don't like him. It's that simple. Yu Chen smiled, but Yun Nuoxing was stunned. It turned out that the people who caused destruction in the Dragon Mist City and the other imperial capitals of the other empires were commanded by a certain god. Moreover, this small world is a rare pure land for us from the realm of the gods. We won't spread the news and break the peace of this small world. Of course, as you said, we are very coveting it, but we also know our own limits. The 47th Yin spirit flame is comparable to a late-stage emperor of the underworld expert. Although we want it, we also know that it is impossible to subdue it. Yu Chen nodded and continued. So, if you can take it, it won't affect us much. We can even see that old guy slapping your face. Yun Nuoxing did not believe it, but his evil spirit eye was always open, so he could see what others were thinking. He also used it to confirm that Yu Chen was not lying, so he nodded and said, "I will try my best." "Well, if that old guy comes out, we will help you stop him. Don't look at how quiet it is now. They are all hiding themselves in the crowd." Yu Chen smiled. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at his smiling face. He understood that he wanted to do him a favor. Of course, he also admired him. The spiritual godly physique was known as the strongest physique in the entire 8 elements world. There would only be one such physique in the world. Only when the previous spiritual godly physique disappeared would the next one be born. However, it was said that it was difficult to achieve great success. Among them, some people thought highly of it, while others despised it. However, if he really did do Yu Chen a favor, when would he be able to return it? Yun Nuoxing did not know, so he did not say anything. He looked at the other high platforms. One of them had a bright sun symbol hanging on it. Yun Nuoxing knew that it was the place of the Flaming Sun Empire. He also saw a black figure on this high platform. The figure was holding a huge black sickle, looking at the battle below with interest. The fanatical expression on his face seemed to be telling him that he also wanted to go down and have some fun. After a while, the black figure also felt Yun Nuoxing's gaze. He turned his head and saw the latter waving his hand at him. He immediately grinned with a fanatical look on his face. He pointed at himself, then at Yun Nuashing, and finally at the arena below. Then he transmitted his voice. "Boss, do you want to go down and fight? Do you want to fight?" Yun Nuashing's face darkened. He glared fiercely at Nightmare. This guy, the space of this small world, was very fragile. How could it withstand the two of them? Then let's go back and fight. Hee, I learned something new here. I want to try it out. Seeing Yun Nuashing shake his head, Nightmare scratched his head. There was still a fanatical look on his face. It seemed that he would feel uncomfortable if he did not fight. However, he also knew how stable the space of this small world was. When he and Yun Nuashing fought in the God world, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet was shattered. If they fought here, the small world would be destroyed. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. However, he did not refuse. He also created a new toy. He wanted to test its power. Not long after, many figures successfully obtained 10 victories and stayed behind. Yi Daofeng and the others, as well as Jun Luo Yi senior brothers, all went up to participate in the battle, displaying their unique Dao and attacks. They were extremely valiant, suppressing their opponents to the point where they couldn't resist at all. They were forced back step by step, easily obtaining 10 victories. Jun Luo Yi also wanted to go up and fight. However, she came out this time as the priestess of the Dragon Mist Empire. Therefore, she could only sigh inwardly. Mei Mao spent most of her time looking at Yun Nuashing, as if she wanted to see through him. This mysterious young man forced them to participate in the profound dragon ritual. Now that he was here, he did not do anything. It was as if he was really here to watch the profound dragon ritual. Chapter 499. The sun was gradually setting in the west, and the horizon was already dyed orange. The number of people who were rushing up the stage was also gradually decreasing. Out of the 8 stages, only 2 or 3 were still fighting with all their might. The other stages were already showing signs of giving up. The people who had the confidence to occupy the stages were all extremely powerful people in the soul realm. Not many people were willing to challenge them. Yi Daofeng and the others were standing on the stage, and they were challenged 10 times, and they won all of them. The rhythm of the second round of eliminations was even faster. 8 empires, more than 200 people, were forcefully cooked in one pot. The 8 arenas were combined into one, and more than 200 people fought in a chaotic battle. In less than half an hour, it was over. At the same time, the top 10 and top 50 were also determined. This fight was so rushed. Isn't it unfair? Yun Nuashing was a little embarrassed. The battle between the 200 people was unimaginably fierce. There was a group of people hunting one person, a group of people fighting another group, and even a single person beating up a group of people. Only the top 10 are qualified to receive the tempering of the heaven's sacrificial fire, and they are more likely to cross over to the divine realm. At that time, with their strength in the soul realm, they would only be at the 8 or 9 extremes of the mortal realm when they go to the divine realm. The peak of the soul realm would only be at the 11 or 12 extremes of the mortal realm. They would face such a huge world alone. So who would say that it was fair for them? Yu Qin said indifferently. A general success was built on 10,000 corpses. As a beginner God-level expert, he knew how cruel the divine world was. Not everyone was as open-minded as Yun Nuashing and the others who were free from the world and didn't want to interact with too many people. They only wanted to cultivate quietly. That seems to make sense. Yun Nuashing nodded. They were only a special kind of cultivators among the trillions of cultivators. If they really put their entire strength into it and fought with all the cultivators in the world, they would experience what was called cruelty. After the battle ended, the sky gradually darkened. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and sensed the increase in the concentration of stellar force. She raised her head and looked at the sky. In the east, a bright millstone was already hanging on the horizon. Yun Nuashing could not help but mutter inwardly, "A fake sky, fake stars, but real stars. I'm very curious about what's outside this pocket world." Nothingness. Even though this miniature world has evolved to perfection, it doesn't have the starry sky outside the world. If you break open the sky, all you can see is nothingness. As long as you continue evolving the miniature world, you'll be able to see the starry sky. When that happens, the miniature world will be no different from the real world. Zi Yi quietly answered his question. Zai, have you heard of this soul-stabilizing bracelet? Asked Yun Nuashing. He had to consider all the factors so that he wouldn't be flustered when the Yin's spiritual fire descended. If it was possible, he would need Zi Ye's help. There are so many artifacts in the God world, so it's impossible for me to know all of them. However, this soul-stabilizing bracelet is indeed an extraordinary item. There is no limit to the amount of energy it can store. It's an extraordinary item even for a rebirth stage expert. Zi Yi shook her head. Her clear voice contained a trace of admiration. After the battle ended, the stage was once again split into 8. Other than the top 10 who remained on the stage, the rest all left. On the high platforms of the 8 great empires, there was also a person who stood up. Those people were all young and beautiful women. When Yun Nuashing saw Jun Luo Yi stand up, his eyes narrowed, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into an almost demonic smile. She's close, the Yin's spiritual fire. However, when the other empires saw Jun Luo Yi appear, some of their expressions changed. On the platform of the Xingzhou Empire, Cheong Haiye's face turned green as if he had eaten a dead rat. When he was called back by the emperor of the Xingzhou Empire, he had already guessed Jun Luo Yi's identity. For years ago, he had only caught a glimpse of her, so he didn't have a deep impression of her. But now that she stood up, he felt extremely uncomfortable. The gray-robed man from the Sky River Empire also had an ugly expression. Not long ago, just like Cheong Haiye, he had habitually mocked Jun Luo Yi. Now that Jun Luo Yi had appeared, he felt like he had been slapped in the face. As for the people below, many of them recognized Jun Luo Yi. For years ago, she had wreaked havoc here at the rite of the profound dragon and stolen the sacred object. That scene was still fresh in the minds of those who had watched the entire process. Although Jun Luo Yi had not appeared in the eyes of the world after that, the scene that day had been passed down from 1 person to 10, and 10 to 100, and had even become a legend. Child, don't be anxious. Calm down. On the side, Yu Qin saw Yun Nuashing was so excited that he couldn't stop smiling. She couldn't help but smile bitterly and pat his shoulder. No hurry. Of course I'm not in a hurry. I'm just excited. Yun Nuashing shook his head and licked his dry lips. He was really thirsty now, to the point where he couldn't be picky. That time, under the deep sea, Zero took the 66th ranked sea prison flame first. Then, in the forest of eternal night, he saw a snow-robed fairy in the eternal night flame. Those two were like 2 heavy punches to his head, making him almost collapse. Now that he was only a few steps away from the Yin's spiritual fire, how could he not be excited? Seeing the longing and helplessness in Yun Nuashing's eyes, Yu Chen was slightly taken aback. She sighed in her heart. It seemed that this child had also experienced something. That kind of crazed longing didn't seem like it was the first time he saw the divine flame. Rather than longing, it seemed more like persistence. When I first saw the sacrificial flame, I felt that something was wrong, as if I was being repelled. I'm afraid that the owner of this small world did something to this world. Yu Chen muttered in her heart. 5 years ago, when he participated in the ritual of the profound dragon for the first time, the sacrificial flame appeared. Other than knowing that it was the Yin's spiritual fire, he also felt that there was some external force resisting him, as if he was being repelled by something. Be careful, Zi suddenly said in his heart. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Be careful of what? Yun Nuashing frowned. In between her eyebrows, a 6-colored roulette wheel began to spin gently. Just as the roulette wheel started to spin, a huge amount of soul energy suddenly spread out. Then, with the special effect of Ling Hongjin's divine sword, it all surged into the void, covering a radius of 100 miles. Every movement in this area was clearly observed by her. There's nothing strange about it. Yun Nuoxing's frown deepened. However, since Zi Yi said to be careful, there must be something fishy about it. Yun Nuoxing could only suppress the excitement in her heart, and her gaze became slightly more vigilant. Ding! On a high platform not far away, which was the highest point in the plaza, the sound of a guqin suddenly drifted out. Numerous gyukins floated in the air, sparkling and translucent. There were exactly 8 of them. When the sound of the guqin came out, the entire plaza fell silent. The emperor of the Xingzhou Empire didn't even say anything, and the sacrificial ceremony had already begun spontaneously. Her snow-white dress fluttered as Jun Luo Yi flew into the air. The bright moon behind her illuminated her, making her look incomparably holy. She was like a fairy from the moon, dancing in the wind and clouds, peerless and alluring. She waved her white hand and took out the guqin in the front. Her jade-like hand played lightly, and specks of light flew out, plucking the strings of the guqin in the distance. Even the great river in the sky dropped specks of immortal light. Jun Luoyi's dance was peerless, making people think that she was a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. The sound of the guqin could be said to be immortal music, making people unable to control themselves and moving along with the sound of the guqin. She danced in the bright moon, and her jade-like hand left the guqin. Waves of immortal music were played from afar, and everyone present was intoxicated. Suddenly, illusory figures appeared in the night sky. They looked like birds and also like phoenixes. Flower petals flew out of nowhere and danced around her. The sky was filled with a rain of flowers, bringing with it a strange fragrance. Hundreds of birds sang and danced together, making people feel unimaginable and even more intoxicated. The bright moon hung in the sky, and the flower petals were sparkling like rain. She suddenly waved her hand, and the hundreds of birds sang and flew away. Balls of light flew out from the 8 women. All of a sudden, the guqin fell silent, and the hundreds of birds disappeared. The heaven and earth were quiet, but Jun Luo Yi was still dancing in the bright moon. The 8 balls of light also flew along with her, colliding together one after another. After a long time, many people woke up from their daze. Seeing the 8 divine objects fused together, they all became slightly more spirited. Everyone knew that the main show was about to begin. Yun Nuoxing's gaze was somewhat cold, without the anticipation and excitement from before. After cultivating the art of 6 paths of reincarnation, his spiritual power and soul power had undergone a special mutation. One of the functions was that it allowed him to sense the approach of danger. As Jun Luo Yi started the heaven offering dance, the uneasiness in his heart suddenly rose, and now it was expanding step by step. The balls of light fused together, and Jun Luo Yi finally stopped dancing. She held the ball of light with both hands and gently knelt down on the praying mat in front of the pile of wood. Her small cherry lips moved slightly, and she was mumbling something. The bright ball of light suddenly burst open, revealing the object inside. It was a small sword that was only half a foot long. The hilt was wrapped by 2 pairs of wide wings, and only the blade was exposed. This divine object was just like the one that Yi Ding had drawn for them to see at the beginning. However, what he saw was clearly a divine object that had already fused together and not an independent piece. As soon as the divine object appeared, it exploded with a brilliant light. It was as dazzling as the sun, and it caused everyone's eyes to be covered. The brilliant light shrunk slightly and suddenly turned into a huge blue light pillar that was tens of thousands of feet long. It shot straight into the sky, and in a short moment it seemed to have reached the top of the sky. Even Dragon Mist City could see this light pillar that reached the sky. The mystery dragon ritual has returned to normal, the spirit of the heaven offering ceremony. When the people of the few great empires saw the blue light that reached the sky, They all knelt down on the ground and put their palms together. They looked pious, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Kacha! A crisp shattering sound suddenly resounded in the sky, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to feel as if their hearts had been ruthlessly twisted. That was the sound of the barrier of the sky shattering. They suddenly raised their heads and looked at the top of the sky. The blue light pillar seemed to have hit a transparent barrier, and at this moment a black crack that was as thick as a thumb appeared on the barrier. A light gray liquid seemed to be flowing out. Plop! Yun Nuashing's heart suddenly twitched. His palms suddenly clutched his chest, and a trace of pain flashed across his handsome face. Some of the purple night flame erupted from his body uncontrollably, but he suppressed it very well. Everyone looked up at the sky, and no one noticed him, except for one person who had been paying attention to him from the beginning. A small hand reached out from the side and gently stroked Yun Nuashing's palm that was clutching his chest tightly, causing him to be slightly startled. He turned his head and saw Xian's beautiful face, filled with anxiety. She seemed to be even more nervous than he was. Her red lips kept moving, as if she was saying something. However, in this blue light that reached the sky, the world was silent and all sound disappeared. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly came from the sky, and the blue light that reached the sky disappeared in an instant. In the sky, the place that was originally filled with cracks completely exploded, and a huge black ball of light appeared, slowly sinking into the barrier of the sky and into the mystic dragon continent. On the surface of the ball of light, there were many runes that seemed to be seals. At the same time that the huge ball of light appeared, Yun Nuashing was suddenly wrapped up by a ball of black light. Xian was repelled, and only he was left inside. Black runes spread out, turning into two chains that sealed the ball of light and Yun Nuashing. Little star! When the blue pillar of light disappeared, Xian's cry of surprise finally rang out. Yuan Shi and the others suddenly turned their heads and saw Yun Nuashing's body being held in midair by the black ball of light. Their pupils shrank slightly. Nightmare, Yao Hua, and the others in the Flaming Sun Empire and the Star Empire also suddenly discovered the situation here. They were all shocked and prepared to rush out without saying anything. However, before they could fly out, a rumbling voice came from the sky, as if a deity was speaking. Thou art a person of the realm of the gods, and does not belong to this world. The rumbling voice spread throughout the entire mystic dragon continent, causing everyone to be shocked and their faces to be filled with disbelief. A person of the realm of the gods? When this voice fell into Yun Nuashing's ears, it caused his mind to tremble slightly. A trace of pain appeared on his handsome face, as if a large bell was loudly ringing in his head. Repulsive force? I'm being rejected by this world? Why is it only me? Feeling the strength in his body slowly drain away, Yun Nuashing was greatly alarmed. Moreover, this feeling of loss was more like being rejected. This world, the mystic dragon continent, was rejecting him. World core, it's the world core. That mystic dragon refined the Een spirit flame into the world core. Now, it has sensed the existence of the divine flame and recognized you. Ye's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly jumped up. Using Yun Nuashing's senses, he recognized the changes in the Een spirit flame. He nodded fiercely and shouted sternly, "Little star, calm your mind." The creator of this mystic dragon continent was only a middle-stage underworld emperor. He refined the Een spirit flame into the world core, and it became a protective source of the mystic dragon continent. It's using the power of this world's rules to seal your existence. If you're rejected, you won't be able to enter here again. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. What kind of joke was this? Did he come here just to be kicked out? *CKU. In an instant, Yun Nuashing's eyes suddenly became sharp. His 4 limbs were sealed, and his strength was about to be completely rejected. This caused him to become a little irritable. The 6-color wheel between his brows began to rotate rapidly, and a reincarnation like strength suddenly appeared. I don't care if you have the world core or the power of rules, Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth fiercely. He clenched his right hand, and the Linghong sword suddenly appeared in his palm. His soul power and mental energy crazily surged into the sword, and a terrifying power of space was suddenly generated, breaking through the restraints on his body. Space laceration. Yun Nuashing roared and waved his right hand toward the sky. A silver-blue sword ray flashed past everyone's eyes like an aurora. It was far faster than the speed of light, and it tore apart the ceiling light ball in an instant. Almost instantly it rushed into the sky and collided with the black light ball. Without the restraints on him, Yun Nuashing fell directly from the sky. Yuan Shi and Xian hurriedly caught him. Seeing that half of his light purple hair had turned white in an instant, their hearts couldn't help but sink. He had lost half of his strength before the fight even started. Brother Nuo. Yi Shi rushed over, and her small hand brushed across his face and landed on his shoulder. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was only a little exhausted and was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then her gem-like eyes flashed, and her bone-chilling gaze made Yuan Shi and the others feel as if the air was about to freeze. I don't care if you have the world core or not. It's just the power of the world left behind by a mere underworld emperor. I don't care. Yi, she roared coldly. She clapped her hands and stomped her little feet. On the ground, a black magic array quietly appeared and then suddenly expanded, covering a radius of 100,000 miles. Dark erosion, chaotic storm. The area covered by the black magic array suddenly changed from a circular shape to a square shape, and it led straight to the sky, completely sealing off the area. Waves of terrifying power of space seeped out from the void, filling the area and causing the space to tremble. Not of this world. Destroy! A cold voice came from the black light ball in the sky. A terrifying sealing power suddenly descended from the sky, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. This was the first time they had seen something like this in their lives. Chapter 500. When Yao Hua and the others heard the voice of the Yin spirit fire, they grinned. The 9 of them looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, they rushed toward Yun Nuashing. The elemental energy in their bodies surged out. The extremely bright elemental energy caused the sealing power to stagnate for a moment. The spatial energy that filled the air also weakened the sealing power. Suddenly opening her eyes, Yun Nuashing gasped for breath. She didn't care that she was lying in the arms of a beauty. She supported Xian and stood up. After panting for a while, she raised her head and saw Yuan Shi and the others looking at her with smiles on their faces. Go, Nuashing. Get the Yin spirit fire. Let's do it together. Yuan, she nodded fiercely. Qin Yan also smiled. With a flip of her lily-white hand, a string of gemstones and beads appeared beside her. On her smooth forehead, a golden cross quietly appeared. She was ready to use the secret technique. Boss, let's kill. Little star, charge. Not far away, Nightmare, Yao Hua, and the others rushed over with excited expressions. The elemental energy in the 9 of them surged into the sky, faintly showing signs of mixing together. Young man, go. We'll hold the fort for you. Yu Qin fiercely patted Yun Nuashing's back and nodded. At this moment, his long hair was also fluttering in the wind. That sealing power was descending from the sky, enveloping everyone who wasn't from the mystic dragon continent. If they couldn't solve it today, they would also be expelled. Yi, she didn't say anything. Her hands were still forming seals, using the dark erosion to weaken the sealing power. However, she also turned her head and nodded heavily at Yun Nuashing. She said in a deep voice, Brother Nuo, you'll have to rely on yourself from now on. I'll use all my strength to maintain the dark erosion and weaken the sealing effect brought about by the power of the world. In the distance, The expressions of Yi Daofeng and Jun Luo each changed drastically. So, there were so many people from the divine city around them. It turned out that they had been lurking in their lives for a long time. It was just that no one knew about it. Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept across her group of friends before finally settling on Xian. The latter gave her a sweet smile and didn't say anything. The dragon cry sword had already appeared in her hand, and a mysterious array quietly appeared around her body. The 5 elements heavenly array was also quietly forming. A warm current flowed through Yun Nuoxing's heart. She nodded firmly, and the nether void sword appeared by her right hand. She shoved the Linghong sword into her left hand, and a series of divine weapons appeared. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out in the sky. Everyone abruptly raised their heads. Afterwards, they saw a rain of fire fall from the sky. Streaks of fire fell from the sky like meteors and landed on the ground, instantly turning the region into a sea of fire. The monstrous fire extended for tens of thousands of meters. Terrifying waves of fire surged over. Within the formation that had been corroded by darkness, the temperature abruptly rose by several hundred times. The clothes of those who were close to the flames directly caught fire. In the huge square, hundreds of thousands of people panicked and didn't know where to go. They all wanted to escape from this space. Terrified screams rang out one after another. "Come here if you don't want to die." Yu Chen's figure suddenly appeared on the stage and shouted. Then, several figures descended from the sky and landed around Yu Chen. They all shouted in unison and worked together to support a huge energy barrier that enveloped the entire square. Yi Shi's small hand moved, and a portion of the power of space was transferred to cover the energy barrier, isolating the high temperature and fire rain outside. When the people who were fleeing in all directions saw this barrier, they calmed down slightly. They hid within the energy barrier and didn't dare to move. They only looked at the sacrificial fire in the sky with terrified eyes, as well as the mysterious people from the other world. Ah! Yun Nuoxing roared at the sky, and 6 wings suddenly appeared on her back. The 5 elements went berserk and broke out from her body. They were attached to the 200 feet long wings. Every time she flapped, there would be a terrifying flow of elemental particles. The light element was even more dazzling. The purple night flame suddenly erupted and formed rings of fire that enveloped all of them, isolating them from the high temperature. Then Yun Nuoxing's eyes focused. She looked at the expanding black ring of light in the sky, and a roar rushed out from her throat, echoing in the sky. "Kill!" "Ha!" Yao Hua and the others also roared fiercely. Then all of them stomped on the ground and rushed up. Their huge 6 wings disrupted the wind element and brought everyone up. 9 elements formation, Yao Hua shouted. Beside him, Mu Ling and the others also shouted in unison and changed the seals in their hands. The elemental energy in their bodies rushed out of their bodies and connected Yao Hua and the others into a circle. The elemental energy surged toward the center. The 9 elemental energies reinforced and restrained each other. When they merged together, a terrifying formation suddenly appeared. The dazzling 9-colored brilliance almost overshadowed the brilliance on Yun Nuoxing's body. 9 rotation heaven rebuke disc form. Pour in all your energy and destroy this space and the seal. Yao Hua roared angrily. Immortal chi and elemental power gushed out of his body like they were free of charge. The black stone in his lower abdomen trembled violently, as if it was about to be cut open. Rolling immortal chi was squeezed out and surged into the huge 9 elemental array. On the other side, Mu Ling and the others were also extracting as much power as they could. Their eyes seemed to be burning as they tirelessly poured power into the array. Plop! A power that shocked Yun Nuoxing was suddenly born. However, he didn't turn his head to look. He just held Xian and Yuan Shi's hands and rushed up into the sky with all his might. Dozens of divine weapons spread out around him. The nine heavens spirit formation was ready to be activated and blocked all the flames falling from the sky. The solar cross and the lunar platform formed a strange domain and led the way, repelling the rain of fire that was about to hit them. "Little star, get out of the way." Yao Hua roared and clapped his trembling hands together. Wood Spirit and the others also did the same. At this moment, it was as if the nine of them were united as one. Their actions were exactly the same. Yun Nuashing heard and shouted. He flapped his 6 wings and turned upside down in the sky with the 3 of them. They drew a beautiful arc and circled behind Yao Hua and the others. 9 rotation sky, rebuke disc, turn. Yao Hua's group of 9 roared furiously in unison. Suddenly, they smashed the huge 9-colored elemental disc into the sky. Along the way, the space was sliced apart. The space shook as if it would collapse at any moment. After the 9 elemental plates left their hands, Yao Hua and the other 8 people's vision turned black, and their bodies fell back uncontrollably. As for the 4 people from Yun Nua Star, they rushed past them and followed the 9 elemental plates into the sky. World power, gather. In the sky, a cold shout came from the ball of light. As the shout fell, the entire Xianlong continent trembled violently. It was as if there was an earthquake everywhere on the continent. However, the earth didn't fall apart. However, if someone paid attention, they would see that the trees withered and lost their vitality in a few breaths. The huge lakes and seas boiled and evaporated in a few blinks of an eye. Heaven's punishment. A cold shout descended from the heavens, as if a god was judging humans. The huge black ball of light contracted slightly, and a destructive aura that seemed to come from the depths of hell swept out from the ball of light like a storm. Then, a huge beam of energy condensed from its extreme point. In just a few breaths of time, it condensed into a ball of energy that was 1,000 feet in size. Rumble. The solidification of the world lasted for a moment before it was suddenly broken. In the distant sky, the black ball of energy wriggled violently. Then, a dazzling light beam tore open the space along the way as if it was tearing through eternity. A spatial crack that was 100,000 feet long appeared. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying collision was like the impact of a meteorite. In an instant, an earth-shattering sound erupted. The entire array that had been eroded by darkness began to tremble at this moment. On the ground, cracks that were hundreds of feet long rapidly spread out like a spider web. The sturdy square that was made of special stone also collapsed with a loud bang. Dong! The 9-colored elemental disc went up against the destructive light beam. Ripples that were full of destructive energy spread rapidly from the point of impact. Finally, it heavily bombarded the energy barrier and the array below, causing the latter to tremble continuously. "I'm going to kill you." Yi, she shouted hysterically, causing the surrounding people to feel rather ashamed. Soon after, she stomped her little feet viciously on the ground. Suddenly, several black pillars of chi burst out of the ground in the sturdy plaza. The aura of death spread out, all of it pouring into the darkness corrosion formation. Only then was it able to withstand the terrifying collision of the 2 types of energy. "Brother, I can't hold on any longer." Yu Chen's friend smiled bitterly. Their hands, which were supporting the energy output, were trembling. They were only divine princes, so they had never seen such a terrifying energy collision. Hold on for 10 minutes. I promised the little guy that I would help him." Yu Chen roared. 1 or 2 veins popped out on his head. F*CK, is he your illegitimate son? Hearing this, his friends immediately cursed. However, when they saw that she was risking her life, they also roared. Beams of energy and elemental light beams fiercely rushed into the array, stabilizing the array that was on the verge of shattering. Crack! When the barrier below stabilized, a faint shattering sound suddenly came from the sky, causing the hearts of countless people to tremble. They abruptly lifted their heads, and everyone saw that the 9-color elemental plate, which had collided with a huge black light pillar, had actually burst open a huge crack. From the looks of it, the 9-color elemental plate was still a little weaker. Yun Nuashing also saw the crack, and his handsome face sank. If the 9-colored disc exploded, the black light pillar would shoot down, and they would be the first to bear the brunt, and then Yishi, Yaohua, and the others below would follow in their footsteps. He pulled back his hand that was holding Zian and Yuan Shi's hand and slapped the Linghong sword and the Netherworld ruins sword together. Little star, wait. You have to save your energy to subdue. Zian and the others saw this and exclaimed. Yun Nuashing shook his head fiercely and said, I can hold on for one more round. Then he suddenly grabbed the soul, stabilizing bracelet from his long hair behind his back. This bracelet contained the energy that he had refined from 500 kilograms of celestial-grade glazed crystals. Crack! Yun Nuashing fiercely crushed the soul-anchoring bracelet. A monstrous energy had just appeared when he took a deep breath and suddenly slapped it into the divine sword. The 6-colored wheel between his brows started to spin madly. His spiritual energy, and elemental energy surged out and poured into the divine sword. Instantly, a terrifying energy that seemed capable of annihilation silently spread out, causing the hearts of Ziyan and the others to tremble violently. A feeling of dread involuntarily arose in their hearts. Ka ka ka! The destructive energy was transmitted to the ground below, causing Yishi, who was desperately trying to maintain the array, to tremble violently. Mei Mao looked up in fear and saw the divine sword in Yun Nuashing's hand. Her little heart trembled violently. Get down! The terrified screams were very sharp. As soon as Yishi's voice came out, everyone unconsciously lay down on the ground. Perhaps they had been shocked silly by what had happened today. They even lay down on the ground on their own accord. Netherworld ruins. Final slash. Yun Nuashing roared and slashed the divine sword in his hand at the 9-colored elemental disc in front of him. Instantly, a sword light that was 100,000 feet long swept across the sky with a destructive energy. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the 9-colored elemental disc. Bang! Rumble! The sword glow, which instantly expanded to tens of thousands of miles, destroyed the 9-color elemental disc in an instant. When it came into contact with the huge black energy light pillar, the world became silent. It was as though even the sound of the wind had disappeared at this moment. The entire world was deathly silent. However, this silence only lasted for a moment. An earth-shattering explosion, which caused the world to tremble in fear, suddenly exploded in the sky. An energy storm that was 100,000 feet long swept out from the explosion. The space within 100,000 miles was shattered into a huge void by the terrifying shockwave. Terrifying gales poured down from the ground, causing sand and stones to fly. Everyone could clearly see that the ground within 1,000 miles was being flattened and sunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. Huge cracks continuously appeared from the depths of the ground like an earthquake. Mei Mao trembled as she watched the storm of destruction sweep out. Tremendous spatial force swept out, and the dark erosion formation suddenly changed into a huge teleportation formation. She roared at the top of her lungs, and all the spatial force suddenly disappeared. Everyone in the square disappeared in a flash. Hum, 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 hum. Buzzing sounds continuously rang out in the sky. The terrifying storm of energy completely destroyed the rain of fire in the sky and even affected the black ball of light. It tore apart countless seals on the surface of the ball of light, and the terrifyingly high temperature abruptly shrank at that moment. Suddenly, 5 figures rushed out from the storm of destruction. They were like 5 swift swallows, unaffected by the storm. A silver-blue zither flickered with astonishing light in Yun Nuashing's hand. At the last moment, She used the zither's self-protection ability to block the destructive attack. Hum! The black ball of light trembled, and a terrifying energy suddenly appeared from the storm of destruction below. The storm suddenly froze, and in a few breaths of time, it reversed and disappeared. The moment the storm of destruction disappeared, the black ball of light in the sky seemed to have used up all its energy and was completely neutralized. It disappeared, and what appeared afterwards was a huge ball of grayish-blue flames. Chapter 501. Quick, the power of the world is fading. Rush in and don't let it recover. Seeing that the black seal had disappeared, Ziye's voice suddenly rang out. The 5 people from Yun Nuo Star also roared. Yuan Shi directly wrapped their bodies and flew towards the sky of an unknown height. In just an instant, the black light that had just been torn apart actually condensed into a thin film again, and a black seal rune slowly appeared on the surface of the film. Don't even think about it. Nightmare shouted. The lightning element that he had already condensed exploded under his feet. Holding the black sickle, he soared into the sky. Blue veins popped out on his hands that were holding the sickle. All the strength in his body was concentrated on the black sickle. A loud shout resounded through the sky. Death Scythe! Nightmare used all his strength, and even his eyes rolled back. He exhausted all the strength in his body and activated the 7 elemental powers of the black scythe. Then he roared and threw it into the sky. The black scythe carried a terrifying power of lightning. Like a lightning wolf, it pounced on its prey and ruthlessly stabbed into the black light ball. Ka! The power of lightning erupted from the black scythe. At that moment, it was as if thousands of black lightning bolts exploded in the sky, forcibly obliterating the light ball and runes that were about to recover. Boss, you must subdue it this time. Don't leave any regrets. Otherwise, I won't let you off. After the black scythe left his hand, Devil Nightmare felt a sense of dizziness in his head. His body that was rushing up suddenly froze and then fell down, powerlessly. Looking at Yun Nuoxing and the others who were rushing up like the wind, he suddenly roared. Yun Nuoxing didn't even have time to look back. He mobilized the remaining light element and desperately tried to speed up. After using the Netherworld Final Slash, the elemental power in his body was almost exhausted. He flapped his 6 wings desperately to extract the wind element in the space. However, without Yi Shi's dark corrosion, the sealing power from the sky became even stronger. There wasn't much wind element in the space, and this was under the condition that he didn't consciously urge it. Holy Word Cross, condense, condense! On the side, Qin Yan and Mei Mao stared at the huge flame in the sky. Seeing that the destroyed light and seal were about to come back to life, Qin Yan gritted her teeth and formed a series of hand seals with her jade-like hands. A golden cross suddenly appeared on her smooth forehead, making her look very holy. Even Mei Mao and her hair turned golden, and a surge of energy slowly condensed. Holy speech, heavenly dipper cross. Qin Yan let out a delicate cry and grabbed the gem that was revolving around her body. A cross-shaped ball of light suddenly appeared in her hand, and she threw it into the air. Due to the recoil, her body stopped moving. Without the protection of the whirlpool zither, the sealing power descended on her body, causing her face to pale. Little star, do your best. Qin Yan's telepathic message caused Yun Nuoxing's expression to change slightly. He remembered that this quiet girl had always called him young Master Yin. Under the continuous bombardment of the 2 forces, the light ball and the sealing rune couldn't heal for a while. Yuan, she was overjoyed. He roared in his heart and pulled Yun Nuoxing along with him to increase their speed. Almost there, almost there. Yun Nuoxing's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he looked at the sky that was about to reach. He held the Nether Void sword in his hand and the golden chain wrapped around the hilt. He was waiting for the distance to be close enough for him to throw the Nether Void sword into the Ean's spirit fire and charge in with him. Yuan, she saw what he was doing. He clenched his teeth and activated the wind element to the maximum. He had to be the last to retreat. His element was the wind element, and only he could send Yun Nuashing up. "Little star, we'll send you up." Xian turned around and saw Mei Mao staring at Yun Nuashing with a burning gaze. She held his hand without any explanation and took the nether void sword. Yun Nuashing turned around and saw the determination in Mei Mao's eyes. He nodded firmly. Yuan, she saw this and roared. He gathered the last of the wind element in his hand and threw Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing up into the sky with all his might. A sonic boom suddenly exploded in their ears, causing Yuan Shi to roll his eyes. A terrifying ceiling power and high temperature descended, causing white smoke to rise from his body as if he was about to be roasted. 5 elements sky formation! Xian yelled. The 5-colored formation started spinning wildly with her at the center. The water and earth essences flashed wildly, and an extremely dense wave of water and earth elements burst out. The power of the 5 elements rushed into the nether void, sword in her hand. 5 elements sky formation, 5 elements judgment. After placing the nether void sword in the center of the formation, Xian held Yun Nuashing's hand with one hand and changed the seal in her other hand. Then the 5 elements sky formation flashed. Rays of light shot out from the 5 essences and gradually formed a 5-pointed star. Boom! The sound of a sonic boom rang through the sky again. The nether void sword shot up into the sky like a purple-black rocket and shot towards the Een spirit explosion that was less than 1,000 meters away. The golden chains clattered as they were pulled up into the sky. The nether void sword carried the last of Xian's strength and sent the nether void sword into the sky. Xian let go of Yun Nuashing's hand. However, Yun Nuashing held on tightly to the small hand in her palm. She didn't even turn her head as she yelled angrily, "You're crazy! You'll die if you get hit by the power of the seal and the divine flames in this place." But Xian shrank back at the scolding. Mei Mao revealed a wronged expression. "I can do it." Yun Nuashing didn't even turn her head. She tightened her grip on Xian's hand and even used the golden chains to tie their hands together. He was really afraid that this silly girl would do something that would take his life. Soul-burning technique, reverse. Yun Nuashing yelled in her heart. Scarlet runes emerged from her fair skin. The abundant astral energy in her body suddenly boiled. The crystal in her lower abdomen trembled slightly, and a terrifying amount of astral energy surged out. Then, under the effect of the soul-burning technique, it turned into soul energy. Nether void sword. Charge! Yun Nuashing let out a heart-wrenching roar as he tugged at the golden chain. His spiritual strength surged out and poured into the nether void sword. The latter also let out a delicate cry and borrowed the spiritual strength that contained the energy of the swirling zither to soar into the sky and nail the Een spirit fire. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. She pulled Xian into her arms and tugged on the golden chains. Borrowing the force, the two of them charged into the large ball of light blue flames. They're in. More than 10,000 kilometers away, Yuan Shi and the others had safely landed on the ground after being caught by Yi Shi's array. They all shouted excitedly when they saw Yun Nuashing and Xian rushing into the Een spirit explosion. Nightmare was so excited that his face turned red. He shook Yao Hua, who was lying on the ground, and roared, "Sleep my ass! Look, the boss and the others are rushing in." Yao Hua's eyes rolled back, and he was almost foaming at the mouth. He had exhausted all his energy. He didn't want to do anything now. He just wanted to have a good night's sleep. Qin Yan's flushed face suddenly relaxed. Her voluptuous breasts rose and fell rapidly. She was so nervous that she held her breath. She had never been so nervous for someone before. Did I call out the wrong name? Qin Yan suddenly remembered that she called out Little Star before she fell. Her calm face suddenly turned red. Her eyebrows drooped, and she looked extraordinarily beautiful. Don't be happy too early. We did go in, but that's not the most important thing. What comes after is the most important thing. She sat on a rock. She didn't look as excited as the others. Instead, she looked a little worried. Brother Nuwa has already subdued the purple night flame. Even Sister Purple Night doesn't have much confidence in obtaining the second divine flame. Since ancient times, no one has successfully refined two divine flames in their body. Everyone heard this and came back to their senses. The excitement on their faces faded. They seemed to know that they were excited too early. Little Star has the spiritual divine physique. It should be fine, right? Yuan, she's lips trembled. He forced a smile, but he was panicking inside. I hope so. Brother Nuwa is. It shouldn't be a big deal. She said the last few words very softly. Even Yu Qin and the others couldn't hear her. No one knew what she said. Not far away. All the people in the square had been moved to this place and were not killed by the energy storm. However, at this moment, the hundreds of thousands of people had unnatural expressions. Their bodies were trembling slightly, and even their breathing was chaotic and uncontrollable. The explosion of energy that was equivalent to the peak of the Emperor of the Underworld had caused the energy in their bodies to be out of balance. On a huge green rock, Emperor Tianxian and the others were all sitting there paralyzed. Their limbs were weak, and their breathing was rapid. To them, the experience just now was no less than fighting for a few days and nights. Now that they were out of it, they couldn't help but sigh at how good it was to be alive. Looking at the pitch-black sky, they could still smell the faint, burnt smell. They could also see a bottomless pit in the distance. Jun Luo, he was also lying flat on the ground. Her delicate body didn't have the slightest bit of strength. It was unknown when she would recover. However, her pitch-black Mei Mao was staring at the sky in the distance. There, a black ball of energy reappeared. However, it didn't have that strange energy. It was as if everything had quieted down. Although I knew they would have something up their sleeves during the profound dragon ritual, I didn't expect them to cause such a huge commotion. Jun Luo sighed in her heart. However, the more she saw the terrifying strength of Yun Nuoxing and the others, the more she yearned for the place she had yet to set foot in. In the light gray space, there was a ball of bright blue light in front of them. The scorching heat caused the space to distort slightly. Violent flames raged endlessly. In the berserk space, a bright starlight suddenly blossomed, becoming the second color in this place other than the blue color. Soon after, the starlight slowly enlarged, and two figures suddenly appeared in the starlight. The two of them were holding hands, and their hands were tightly entwined with chains. Little Star, it's about time to undo it. Xian's face was slightly red as she tightly clenched her hands. The chains were already wrapped around her forearms, as if worried that she would run away. Yun Nuoxing's forward steps suddenly stopped, causing Xian's heart to skip a beat. Then she saw him turn around and stare at her with a demonic gaze. There seemed to be some anger in his eyes. Seeing that he was still angry, Xian lowered her head. Mei Mao, who was as smooth as water, looked at Yun Nuoxing with a pitiful expression. This kind of lovely gaze could melt one's heart. Yun Nuoxing, however, didn't fall for it. His light purple and gold eyes stared fixedly at the pair of deep purple gem-like eyes. After a long while, he sighed heavily. With a thought, the golden chains around their arms quietly loosened. However, his fair hands didn't let go of the little hand. He sighed and said, "Aren't you very smart? Why are you so stupid today?" Xian pursed her lips and lowered her head. A mischievous expression appeared on her face. Mei Mao smiled slightly. She tightened her grip on Yun Nuoxing's hand and said softly, "Okay, I won't let go." Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly and pulled her to his side. The two of them walked side by side towards the ball of blue light. The swirling zither floated between the two of them. At this moment, a fire finally surged in his eyes. Was he finally going to obtain the second divine flame? Chapter 502. Purple flames lit up on Yun Nuashing's chest, and soon after, flames appeared in front of the two of them. A noble and beautiful figure wrapped in the flames quietly appeared. The flames dissipated, and Mei Mao blinked her light purple eyes. She looked at the blue light not far away with a cold and arrogant expression. Sister Zai. Seeing Zai appear from Yun Nuashing's body, Xian also called out softly. Mei Mao smiled. Zai's expression changed. She turned around and saw her smiling at her. However, she snorted coldly and reached out her two slender hands without any explanation. She pressed down on Xian's head. Her hands moved like the wind, and Xian could only shrink her head back, not daring to say a word. Little idiot. You're even dumber than this idiot. As expected, smart people don't form groups, but idiots do. Ziyi glared at Ziyan. Her tone was like a senior lecturing a junior. Her jade-like hand even gave Ziyan a knock on the head. It hurt so much that Ziyan almost cried. Her aggrieved, beautiful eyes flickered with a sparkling luster, making her look extremely pitiful. Little idiot. Seeing her like this, Ziyi could only helplessly shake her head. She patted her head and did not continue to reprimand her. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Yun Nuashing before she gently lifted her feet and walked towards the blue ball of light. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly. She turned around and saw Xian on the verge of tears. She couldn't help but bitterly smile. She reached out to tidy up Xian's messy hair and gently caressed her head. She even kissed her forehead and said softly, "Don't cry, don't cry." Xian curled her lips and lowered her head. She was muttering something like a little girl who was being reprimanded. Seeing her acting like a little girl, Yun Nuashing smiled helplessly. She patted Xian's head and held her hand as she followed Zai towards the blue light. However, after a short moment, Ziyi stopped in her tracks. At this moment, she was less than 10 meters away from the blazing blue light, and the two people from Yun Nuashing also walked forward lightly, standing side by side with her. His evil spirit eye quietly opened, and within its dazzling eyes, its vision suddenly changed. After filtering out the glaring fiery light and the extremely dense fire elemental energy, all that was left was a pale gray flame, and in the center of the pale gray flame, a blue flame flickered. Within the energy barrier of the whirlpool zither, everything was calm. However, Yun Nuashing could feel how terrifying and violent it was outside. He tried to release a strand of his spiritual strength, and immediately felt an extremely terrifying spiritual pressure that made him breathless. "How confident are you?" Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at Ziyi. "I don't know." Zai shook her head and said softly, "Even with the soul-burning technique, your divine physique, and my godhead, I don't have much confidence. I don't have any information on this, so I'm not too sure. Even now, we can still turn back. I won't force you. This is your own choice. Think carefully." Ziyi raised her head and looked at Yun Nuashing in a daze as she spoke gently. Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. Give up? He had been searching for so long. He had gone to the East Sea and ventured into the forest of eternal night. He had brushed past 2 divine flames. Now there was another one in front of him. Moreover, it was an ownerless object. If he gave up now, what would be the point of his search? If he gave up, what would be the point of Xianin, who had spent so much effort for him? From the moment I stepped onto this path, I never thought about the so-called path of retreat. I only cared about going forward. Yun Nuashing said softly. Her gaze became resolute. Looks like you've made up your mind. Zai nodded and took in a deep breath. Yun Nuashing nodded and turned to look at Xian. He gently smiled and grabbed the whirlpool zither, placing it in her arms before rubbing her head. I'm not a child anymore. Xian was a little depressed. Why did both of them like to rub her head? You're still a child in front of me. Yun Nuashing laughed heartily and patted her head. He spoke like an old man. Yi cried out and formed a seal with both hands. Then, with a flash of her delicate body, she plunged into Yun Nuoxing's body. The two bodies quickly merged together. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura slowly emerged like a sleeping dragon. Purple flames surged out like waves in the sea. The flames gradually dissipated, and Yun Nuoxing's figure appeared again. However, her aura had changed. She was noble and elegant, with an aura of arrogance that reached the heavens. It was as if she was looking down on the world. Her purple gold eyes were filled with a sense of nobility that made people not dare to look directly at her. It was as if she was an emperor or a god that had descended to the mortal world. "Little star!" Ziyin hugged the whirlpool zither tightly and called out anxiously. Yun Nuoxing turned around and looked at Ziyin. The aura in her eyes was slightly restrained. "You must come out. I'll wait for you here." Ziyin nodded heavily as Maimao blushed a little. Yun Nuoxing chuckled. That laughter actually contained both Yun Nuoxing and Zai's voices at the same time. "I'll be back soon. Your Highness, please wait here for a moment." With that, Yun Nuoxing glanced at Ziyin again. Then she suddenly turned around and walked towards the blue ball of light without looking back. Ziyin took a deep breath. She hugged the whirlpool zither and retreated a distance. She was slightly worried as she looked at the figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance. Walking out of the barrier of the whirlpool zither, the heat wave that blotted out the sky and covered the earth pounced towards Yun Nuoxing like a tiger. However, before the light, gray flames could touch him, they paused for a moment. Then they suddenly retreated a distance. In an instant, a vacuum appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing. It was as if the Yin spirit fire had seen its natural enemy. The purple night dark flame supported by the Godhead is comparable to a divine flame that is ranked 20th or 30th. The Yin spirit fire is only ranked 47th. It's completely suppressed. Yun Nuoxing had a rough idea of what was going on when she saw the light, gray flames retreat. His body directly walked into the area that was submerged in the blue light. The extremely high temperature caused Yun Nuoxing to feel a little hot. With a thought, the purple night flame appeared on the surface of his body and condensed into a ring of fire. He waved his hand continuously, stabbing all the divine artifacts into the blue light ball, forming a circle of 5 meters in size. Then Yun Nuoxing lightly stomped his foot, and a light purple flame spread out from the bottom of his foot, connecting all the divine artifacts into one. Suddenly, a very profound array appeared on the ground. With the appearance of the 9 heavens spirit concealment formation, a power that could contain all things surged towards the blue ball of light with a suppressive force. As soon as it came into contact with the blue ball of light, the blue light suddenly blossomed extremely resplendently. The most dazzling explosion only lasted for an instant before it slowly shrank back to its original state. Then, it shrank back to its original state. In the end, it no longer emitted any blue light and revealed its original state. Seeing the extremely dazzling blue light dissipate, the blue area also returned to its original state. In the center, a ball of light grayish-blue flame was trembling. When it felt someone looking at it, it couldn't help but tremble, as if it was very scared. It jumped up and down and hit the barrier of the 9 heavens spirit concealment formation, but it couldn't escape no matter what. Ranked 47th, it already has such a high spirituality. It's like a human. Yun Nuoxing looked at the flame that was desperately trying to escape with some astonishment. She couldn't help but laugh. It's a little special. This Yin spirit flame was once subdued by someone, and that person controlled the power of the world. He could see a trace of the world's will. Before he died, he refined the core of his small world into the Yin spirit flame, making it replace the profound dragon continent as the core. It has an extremely high spirituality, and after gathering its spirituality, it can transform into a human, Yun Nuoxing said again, but this time her voice had become Purple Night's. Purple Night You once heard in your sea of consciousness that the so-called world core is... Yun Nuashing seemed to have thought of something, but before she could finish, she was interrupted. No, that person said it. I'm guessing it's the world core of the source world, not this kind of small world. The two are different. Purple Knight shook his head and denied Yun Nuashing's words. The two of them were using the same mouth, one opening and one closing. If it weren't for the difference in their voices, perhaps people would think that he was talking to himself. Yun Nuashing was suspicious. What was different? However, she didn't have the time to care about that right now. Looking at the flame that was still futilely hitting the 9 heavens spirit concealment formation, she couldn't help but chuckle. She lifted her foot and stepped into the 9 heavens spirit concealment formation. Seeing Yun Nuashing step into the formation, the flame was so scared that it shrank into a corner and shivered. It was originally the size of a head, but now it seemed to have shrunk to the size of a palm due to fear. Yun Nuashing walked over step by step, bent down, and gently lifted the Een spirit flame source. She held it in her hands and watched it flicker unceasingly, like a heartbeat without any rhythm. Every time it beat, the surrounding temperature would shrink and expand. The Een spirit flame seemed to want to retreat, but it didn't dare to leave Yun Nuashing's palm. Seeing her approaching and sizing it up, it didn't even beat anymore. Although the power of the world was wiped out by your joint efforts, the intelligence and spirituality of the Een spirit flame were not affected. Purple Knight said inwardly, "The Een spirit flame is the heart of the world of the mystic dragon continent. What will happen if it's taken away?" Yun Nuashing couldn't help but ask. For a period of time, the power of heaven and earth born in the mystic dragon continent will weaken a little. When a new heart of the world is condensed, it will return to normal. However, even if it recovers, the power of heaven and earth born in the mystic dragon continent will not be as strong as when the Een spirit flame is the heart of the world, Purple Knight said. Then, as if she felt she had missed something, she added, "Moreover, the defensive ability will also become weaker, and the space will also not be as stable as before." Well, in any case, I don't care what happens to this continent. As long as it doesn't collapse, it's fine. Besides, I haven't seen the so-called creator who sealed the divine flame, this heavenly creation, in this place to act as the heart of the world. Otherwise, I would have let him repent for the rest of his life in the divine flame. Purple Knight said gloomily, making Yun Nuashing shudder, looking back hesitantly, and then looking at the Een spirit flame that was shrinking in fear in her hand. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but chuckle. She sighed. Since it won't affect the mystic dragon continent, so be it. Hey! Yun Nuashing shouted, making the Een spirit flame jump in fright. It almost jumped off from Yun Nuashing's palm. "Little guy, how about following me in the future? I will bring you to see the splendid world," Yun Nuashing said softly, pretending to be amiable, making Purple Knight roll his eyes. When the Een spirit flame heard this, it suddenly spun in circles on Yun Nuashing's palm, as if it was shaking its head. "Oh, then there's no room for discussion. If you follow me, then leave behind your spiritual consciousness. Now that it seems you don't want to follow me, then erase it." Yun Nuashing nodded indifferently. She even said the last 4 words in an especially cold tone. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying purple flame suddenly burst out from Yun Nuashing's palm, scaring the Een spirit flame into flying in all directions. It crashed into the barrier of the array, creating ripples. However, it could only consume its energy. Other than that, it couldn't do anything else. Yun Nuashing wasn't in a hurry, holding the mentality of watching. She simply knelt on the ground. However, the surrounding Purple Knight dark flame was quietly increasing the temperature, making the Een spirit flame even more anxious, making it spin in circles in the air. "Follow me, and you won't let down your rank of 47th. Since you have spiritual consciousness, you should know that I can use force." Yun Nuashing said indifferently, Actually, she still couldn't bear it, especially when she saw the Een spirit flame acting like a child. The Een spirit flame seemed to understand Yun Nuashing's words. It gradually calmed down, flew to her side, and carefully circled around her. It seemed to be observing her. After a long while, it stopped in midair, then slowly fell into Yun Nuashing's palm. It seemed to know what to choose, or it seemed to have given up. Good. Yun Nuashing smiled and carefully held it in her palm. She even touched it lightly with one hand, causing the Een spirit flame to tremble slightly. When the two touched, Yun Nuashing could even feel its emotions. It was actually shy. After taking a few deep breaths, Yun Nuashing muttered in her heart. The purple night dark flame surged out from her palm and gently enveloped the Een spirit flame. Then she closed her eyes and suddenly stuffed it into her mouth. Gulp.